And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another episode of the Wrong Side Simulations, bringing you the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. And as always, my name is Blake, and I'm a real-world flight dispatcher, aiming to bring you a little more context to your flight sim viewing experience. Today, we've got a long day of flying. I think we've got 4 flights that I'm aiming to get at today. So we're going to start off with Anchorage, Alaska to Juneau. Juneau to Sitka, Sitka to Ketchikan to Portland. So we got quite a ways to go. This is obviously not real world Alaska operations. We're just going to do a bunch of Alaska hops. But first things first, to the chat, to my ride or dies. Kieran, good morning, my friend. I am doing great today. Any day that I get to stream and kick back and relax with y'all is always the best day. Zach, good morning, dude. Ticket counter sim, I see. You damn right. Where we get to practice getting yelled at by pissed off passengers. Chase, good morning. Middle of class. Ooh, boy, you're going to get in trouble. Thomas, good morning. Welcome, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining the Wrong Side channel. So, we're going to jump straight into it. We don't want to dilly-dally too much. I want to catch a nice sunrise departure. This is live time, live weather in Anchorage. And we're going to make our way down to Juneau. So first things first, as we all know, over to the overhead. And flight init. And so today we are expecting some not so great possible ceilings. As of right now, forecasted sky conditions for Juneau is few at 200 feet, which could ultimately lead to broken or overcast at 200 feet. Then we got another layer broken 1200. Could pose some issues for us with the RNAV approach. So we are carrying Sitka as our alternate, which will be where we're going after Juneau. So hopefully we don't have to divert, but we will play it as if we can't see the runway, we get down to minimums. We got 45 minutes of hold fuel. And we'll make some more tries, and we still can't get in. Then we'll just divert to Sitka, and we'll continue our trip from there. So I did from the other day. My nav data was out of date, but we are back in date now. Updated all of my nav data. And let's get that sim brief pulled up. Just where y'all can mostly see it. Alright, so this morning, now we're not doing, like I said, we're not doing real world ops. I'm just going to make up flight numbers as we go. With having to do 4 flights today, I'm not going to have time to be trying to track down like real flight numbers and all that stuff. So we're just gonna the point of today is just to fly as much as we can. So we're Alaska 21, cost index of 16, cruising altitude 330, temperatures minus 52. Let's see, triple pause is 33,700 feet. And then we'll get that wind out of uplink. Anchorage departing off of 7 left. Anchorage 9 doesn't really go with. I was looking at the chart earlier. Potter 1 is probably going to be the better option. Has no transitions though, so that will actually work. Juno, arrival, RNAV Victor, no star, approach via, see where it's taking me. It's not giving me all the waypoints that I need, nor the approach via that I need. So we're going to put them in manually, just to show you what I'm looking at. So we're going to come from the north, so we want to hit Chill, Gumble, Mugs, onto, and this is where the approach starts in the McDo. So we're just going to put in these 3 waypoints, and that should set us up nicely. GMLE, I had it right. And then Mugs. And then from there it is a discontinuity, so we'll just leave that in there for now. We'll deal with it when we get down there. Hang on. Why is Chill there? Sort, Chill, Gumley, Mugs. Where's the rest of my damn approach? Morley overfly. That's the missed approach procedure. Redo from scratch. Oh man. And airways via J501. Yak. Fakes. Assort. And then from here we're going to put in the rest. Chill Gumley. Mugs. Alright, insert that. Clear. Juno, Arrival, RNAV Victor. No star. Inserts. Sort Chill, Gumley, Mugs. There we go. That's what we want. Sweet. Alright. We are set there. Shit, that's a pain in the ass. Alright, secondary flight plan. Copy active. Hold at Castle. Rad nav. On Hartoon Ted. Got to get that EFB plugged in. Alright, let's see. So our plan 0 fuel weight is going to be 126.6. $30 on the CG. Block fuel 15.8. Taxi 0.5. No route reserve. Alternate fuel is 2,000. And reserve fuel 3.5. Alright, top altitude On the sit is 4,000. Get our weather. So on the next leg, just so y'all know, we're going to be flying the 737. In fact, we're probably going to fly the 737 throughout the rest of the stream. I'm thinking we'll fly the 737-700 cargo variant from Juneau to Sitka, and then Sitka to Ketchikan, and then from Ketchikan jump in the 800 and fly down to Portland, or we can jump back into the 320. Either way. Winds 050 at 4 knots, 10 statute miles, light rain, overcast 55, temperatures 10. So we are in icing conditions, and altimeter's 2985. So icing conditions is visible moisture in 10 degrees Celsius or lower. We got our fuel, we do. So let's do AP fire test. Looks good. And we'll do engine 1. Looks good, and engine 2. Looks good. Whole bunch of load sheets. Cool. Alright, back up to the chat. Sunrises are always great. Did a sunrise flying out of Seattle the other day. Beautiful sunrise over Mount Rainier. Hell yeah, nice! Yeah, those are always the best, especially Microsoft Flight Simulator. Robert, good morning, my friend. How is the parallel how's the parallel movement manager going? Or are you even at work? I don't even know if you're at work. Already need a drink. Got one right here. Wes, good morning, my friend. Welcome. As always, it's great to see y'all in the chat. Brings light to my day. But do very much enjoy hanging out with y'all. Let's go do a walk around, shall we, while we're waiting on the boarding to finish. Ooh, look at that. Better hurry up and get out of here. We are running AIG traffic right now. Because everybody knows there ain't no VAT sim going on up here on a Monday morning. So we are running AIG to give the airport a little bit of life. We might see some airports airplanes humping other airplanes. Because there is some static. I got some static airplanes, and then obviously AIG is going to be over that. Dude, I love that. Look at the attention to detail. The little rainbow discoloration, or whatever you want to call it, with the windshield. It's just, Phoenix knocks it out of the damn park. Maybe we need to, so that we can see, turn on that wing scan line. Look at that. It's almost like that episode or that little video they did where you can see it kind of raining and it was a little windy and the engine was windmilling and stuff before the airplane came out. what this reminds me of. Jetway's pulling back. I think that means we're just about ready to go. Yep. All right. That's done. Yep. All right, cool. Let's put in our actual numbers. So we're planned at 126.6. We have an actual zero fuel weight of 126.7. CG of 30.6. And now let's run our takeoff performance calculations. Running off of 7 left. It is wet. Flap config optimal. Anti-ice engine. Packs on. Calculates. Alright, it's going to be flaps 1/down 0.3 with a flex temp of 68. Acceleration climb altitude 1130. Thrust reduction. Acceleration climb altitude is also 1130. V1's 134. VR is 145 and V2 is 147. Cool. That is that. Figured we'd have a company message. We're going to skip the departure brief so we can hurry up and get out of here before the sun comes up. It's pretty much the same shit every time anyways. We'll do the important part. If we have to abort, or if we have an issue after V1, we're going to hold at Castles. We'll speed up, clean up, engine outs 11:30 off the ground. If we have to come back runway 7 left, I guess. If all goes as well, we're going to fly the Potter 1 departure, top altitude is 4,000 feet. We're squawking 2,000. That door shut. Let's get GSX going. Oh, I've heard this song way too many times. Nose rights. Leading come on, external power comes off, fuel pumps can come on. The seatbelt sign on. Beacon lights. I still have ground equipment hooked up. Not sure, but that may have thrown off. Oh, there we go. The guy's walking up. Cool. All right. Before start checklist. Maintenance login tells onboard and check. Cover pep is complete. Gear pins covers are removed. Signs on. Auto ADRs are hopefully in nav. They are. Let's see. Fuel. Min fuel is 14.5, and we've got 15.8 on board. Altimeters 2985 is set. EFB is checked. Windows, doors, and slides are closed and armed. Beacon is on. Thrust lever is idle. Park and brake is on. Transponder is in auto. Before start, checklist is complete. And then our tow CG is 29.7. Cool. So we'll not be running the throttle camera today. Now, usually we're got a camera on the big ass Flightsimpm Throttle. But today, because I'm going to be jumping around through different peripherals with flying different airplanes, figured it's just pointless. So no. Is that right? No camera on the throttle today. Is AIG like an add-on to display real traffic? Yes, it is. It's a pain in the ass to set up. You have to go manually install all the airlines that you want to see. Brakes released. It's a huge pain in the ass, but once you get it all set up, it's worth it, I guess. I don't really use it a whole lot, to be honest. I more so installed it for the VATSIM models. But in situations like this, for at an airport and there's not a lot of, there's not going to be hardly any VATSIM at all, it's something good just to bring the world alive. Nash, good morning, my friend. Welcome aboard. Damn bad weather. Yeah, it's a little rainy. Looking at Volanta, just got this big old rain system. Had to guess there's probably a low somewhere out here, spinning this stuff around. But it will be ice conditions. We'll have to make sure that we depart with our engine anti-ice on. When you went to school for dispatch, did you do in-person school or online? I did in person. I don't know how anybody could ever do the school online. Like it's hard. More so the first 2 weeks doing the ADX, the dispatch written version of the pilot ATP. There's a lot of stuff in there that there's no way I could have gotten if I didn't have an instructor to teach it to me. And we got a good start on one. I'm going to go ahead and start two. Since it is the ground is wet, it's not ideal to taxi on a single engine on wet surfaces with asymmetrical thrust. Where do you get your checklist for the aircraft? This is actually my own checklist. It's a slightly old revision of my company's checklist. Had a friend of mine make it into a texture file and put it on the tray table, but can definitely get it to you if you like. Go into the description, and in my Discord, I know it's been pinned, before. Once we get off the ground, I can help you find it. It should be on the Discord in the general chat. I do believe it's pinned at the top. There's a good start on 2. After start flow, engine mode looks normal. Arm spoilers, reset rotor trim, flaps 1, down 0.3. We're in auto, TA, shut down the APU. After start checklist, engine anti-ice is off, yellow edge pump is on, rotor trim is 0. After start checklist complete. Tell you what, we're actually going to, let's turn it on now. I usually turn it on at the runway, but we'll turn it on now. So after start checklist, engine anti-ice is on, yellow electric pump is off, rotor trim is 0. After start checklist is complete. Whoops, hit all the buttons there. And so when that guy shows the pin, you want to give him a little flash of the nose light, let them know that the signal has been received. And now we're ready to go. Brakes released. I clicked out of the sim, so it wasn't letting me change my view back. That's what happens when we try to get cinematic. It's gonna be a pretty short taxi. What we were actually supposed to do before taxiing: the brake check, pressure 0. Got Khalid off to our left. Keep an eye on him, make sure I don't run into that guy. He's going to be going parallel to us. Alrighty, mini brief. Alright, we're departing off runway 7 left, gross weight's 142.4. Flap config 1 plus F. Fuel's 15.6, V1 134, V2's 147. We're flexing 68, top altitude 4,000 feet, and our first fix is JOH, if I remember correctly. Yep, JOH. Flight controls, check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. Rudder, full left, full right, and neutral. Flight controls check is complete. Nice, we're out ahead of that guy. Alrighty, before takeoff flow, I'm a damn. Spoilers disarmed. Boom and. Alright, before takeoff checklist to the line. Gross weight comparisons complete. Pitch trim is 29.7% CG set V1 VRV2 flex 134, 145, 147 flex 68 flaps config 1 plus F. Flight instruments checked, flight controls checked. ECM takeoff all green, ECM status is checked, different windshields on auto, TCAS code set to TAR, cabin crew advised, mini brief is complete, before takeoff checklist to the line is complete. Now we got 7 left right there. Below the line, takeoff runway 7 left is confirmed, min fuel, I don't remember, 14.5, we've got 15.6 on board, engine mode selected as normal, bleeds impacts are set, before takeoff checklist below the line is complete. Alright, clear down the runway, not clear on the approach, we've got inbound traffic on the TCAS. We'll set the parking brakes. Wait for this guy, wherever the hell he's at. I see him. He might actually be on 7 right. There it is. But once we know for sure. Oh yeah, he's on 7 right. Cool. Let's take the runway. Lights, camera, and action. Just double checking the weather. Same weather, cool. Alrighty. Let's get on out of here. Just make sure ain't nobody around us. It's gonna be getting in our way. It's gonna be a pretty sharp turn to the right. Here we go. Man, flex SRS runway out this blue. Eight knots, thrust set. Neutral by 100. There's V1. And rotate. Now, positive rate gear up. So that windshield wiper's super annoying, but can't take my hand off the stick to turn it off. First climb, climb. And there's flaps up speeds. Flaps up, speed checks, flaps up. After takeoff checklist, landing gears up, flaps retracted, bleed packs are set. APU's off, after takeoff checklist is complete. Speed alt star. Get leveled out here, and then we'll keep the climb going. Take it up, flight level 190. 19 blue, thrust climb climb. Big pitch up, bleed off that speed. Autopilot 1. Oh yes. Freaking beautiful. Screenshot. It's 10,000 feet. Now if we go through any of these clouds, we'll get that engine anti-ice back on. You know, just flying 15,000 feet in the wrong direction. silhouettes of all the mountains down there. Transition altitude. Speed alt star. And we'll take it up to our final of 33. Thrust climb, open climb. 33 blue. Clouds look pretty good. I was just curious. I'm seriously debating going to school for it, but not sure if I can manage in person with my current job. Just weighing options. Yeah, and you know, you're not the only one. I know of 3 people right now who are attending class remote. One of them I think is about to start. The other 2, who are friends of mine here in Orlando, one of them, he's getting through the online material with no problem. For the most part, he's had some issues like being able to read some of the like charts and figures that come with some of the material. So like it'll base a question off of like I don't know, we'll say like an approach plate, or it'll ask questions like what kind of hold entry is this, and it'll show like the VOR and then like the direction of the airplane entered and that kind of stuff. And some of those figures he hasn't, like, they weren't very clear, but I think he got that resolved by having them send him like a PDF document versus whatever they did before that. He still does have to go and take the test in person. Everybody has to do that. They have to go to an FA testing facility where they are like on camera, so they know they're not cheating and all that kind of stuff. So for the most part, it's remote, but there's still some of it you have to go in person. But obviously, it's easier to do a week versus 5 weeks, or a few days versus 5 weeks, depending on the school and what they require and that kind of stuff. But if it's something that you can float, man, I mean, I would highly recommend it. I don't know what you do now, but if you love aviation, but you want to be home, you know, with family and that kind of stuff, it's the perfect job. And you've heard me talk about it before. And especially right now, I mean, every airline, including the legacies, everybody's hiring like freaking crazy. Right now is the time to do it. Even some of the regionals are offering like retention bonuses. I know Republic is doing an apprenticeship where they pay for the school, and like you are employed by them, so you're getting a paycheck while you're in training to get your dispatch license, which is what Jay, the guy EQ, that you'll often see in the chat, that's what he did. Captain AB, who you also see in the chat, he is in that process right now with Republic. He just moved down to Indianapolis, and is starting. In fact, the other day when we were streaming, he jumped in. They were doing orientation, so it's definitely doable. Just got to figure out what avenue is best for you. But I don't know who else does the apprenticeship, but it's something that Republic's doing, and it definitely helps a lot of people, especially being able to get a paycheck while you're in training. Alright, so Nash, let me jump into my Discord and see if I can't find it for you. which I didn't even have running. Alright, cool, yeah, so on my Discord, if you go to general, let me see if that works with, yeah. So if you go to general, at the top, there's a little pin icon. Click the pin icon, and that will show you, it's the only pinned message that we have in there, and it is the tray table. And it's also got instructions on how to install that. My buddy Hillbilly Gypsy pinned that one, because we were getting quite a few people who wanted the checklist. You should be able to find it in the pinned messages. These tops are looking a little bit higher. 28,000. Okay. Get that engine anti-ice off. Don't need that no more. So I'm doing some new stuff with audio. Where I'm using individual audio sources instead of like I used to just have everything run through the desktop. And so, however, I would hear things would hopefully be how y'all would hear things, because having music, trying to talk in my head would be a little hard sometimes. So you might hear me kind of adjusting the audio levels as we go. Alright, what else we got? I just now realizing that Microsoft was like pretty damn loud. Have y'all been able to hear me this whole time? Or do I need to repeat anything? Nash, were you able to get the checklist? I don't know if you could hear me because my sim sound was too high, but if you go to my Discord, go to the general channel, and then click the pin icon at the top, that will show you the link for it and instructions on how to install it. I believe I saw you using a template at one time for a briefing. If so, can you share that? Sure. Gotta figure out a way to do it. So I have one for departure brief and for mini brief, but the mini brief is more of a flow than it is anything else. And so it goes like this. Obviously, when you're on the ground, you got the takeoff runway and stuff. So you start with the McDo, and you work your way up. So it'd be takeoff runway, gross weight, flap config, fuel, then over to, well, I guess for other people who fly left seat. Then to the left, it would be your V1 and V2 speeds are up here on the PFD. Mach Alt Star. Then from there, oh yeah, then it's going to be your top altitude, which you'll already have programmed in the FCU, and then back down to your first fix. So it kind of makes a circle. So McDo, or departure runway, gross weight, flaps, fuel, V-speeds, altitude, first fix. But as far as the departure brief, I do have that on a template that I've kind of gotten to the point where I've mostly memorized it, but I mean, this is how I have it, and I've just kind of typed it up from a lot of jump seat riding and kind of really watching and paying attention to their departure briefs. But I think I have this possibly saved in my work OneDrive, because I did send it to a couple coworkers of mine who are big flight simmers. So I'll see if it's there. If anything, if I have to, I'll type it up into a Word document and send it to you. But all it is left or right seat takeoff, aircraft type for tail strike avoidance, because obviously you're going to have a much greater possibility of tail strike with 321 than you would a 320 or a 319. If it's a 1 or a 2 engine taxi, what the taxi route is, what the takeoff runway is, if there's terrain or any weather factors, if there's any hot spots or runways to cross during the taxi, your emergency procedures before V1, emergency procedures after V1, and then if all goes as planned. So it's pretty simple. But this is, honestly, this is the captain's side of things. There's a whole FO side as well. I'm not as familiar with the FOs, although I fly from the right seat. But the captain's covers a lot more of the juicy stuff, so I figured I'd do that. Yeah. What stuff that FO would do would be like, if you have an emergency procedure before V1, like they'll advise ATC that they're aborting the takeoff. I don't know, stuff like that. I'm not as familiar, in all honesty. So we got somebody kind of trailing us about 20 miles to our 7 o'clock. And he's gone. Eduardo, great flying. We got to fly that CRJ together again. Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, in fact, I was contemplating on flying the CRJ a couple days ago. But I think we ultimately decided to do a mixture of Phoenix and 7.3, which is what we're doing today. Yeah, I had to go to an FA test facility for my Part 107 drone license. Okay, so you're already kind of familiar with that portion of it. So when you did your drone license, did you have oral and practical that you had to do as well? Did you have to have a chat with the FAA examiner? Sweet, okay, cool. Glad you're able to hear me. The audio stuff in OBS, like it was showing my voice is in the yellow, but it's also showing Microsoft Flight Sim was also in the yellow. So I was like, oh shit, they may not be able to hear me. Cool, glad you could. Drew Stone, what's up, dude? Good morning to you. How's your Monday going? Only written exam. Okay. Yeah, so for your dispatch license, it'll be you have to take your ADX, which is by far the hardest part, and then after that, you'll just do an oral and a practical. It's not a big deal. Your practical is a flight plan, and the oral is basically reviewing that flight plan and then also just being quizzed on, like, can you read this TAF? Can you read this METAR? Can you read these NOTAMs? What do these NOTAMs mean? Alright, here's a scenario for you. You are flying from Atlanta to Dallas and you lose an engine over Shreveport. What do you do? Da-da-da-da-da. Which is easy. Divert to the nearest suitable airport where safe landing can be made. But yeah, right now, you know, like, pilots have been saying for a long time, like, oh, there's no better time to become a pilot. Everybody's hiring like crazy. There's a mass shortage. Well, thanks to COVID, now we're seeing that with dispatch too. And like, it's at my company, the attrition is fairly bad, I guess. It's just, you know, the big four are hiring like crack addicts. And then there's also, you know, some other stuff with like mergers going on. So that also causes some uncertainty and some instability in people's lives. You know, people want to plant roots and that kind of stuff, and that has also contributed. But man, I think like I think United was hiring like 90 by middle of next year. Like that's a ton. Now's the time. If you can find a way to make it happen, now's the time. And with all of this going on, there's not just being able to get a job, but there's also a lot of growth, a lot of upward mobility within the department. I don't want that oh well, I don't care. Like for example, with me, I mean I've only been dispatching for 7 years. I've been with my company for 5, and now I'm in a leadership role, which never thought I'd ever be in. So yeah, I mean now's the time to do it. The sooner you start, the better. I think you can. I don't know how old you have to be to get your dispatch license. You can't dispatch until you're 23. That's pretty much the only requirement. You don't have to have a degree. I mean, a lot of the big four say they want a degree, but at this point, they're taking anybody with minimal experience and a breath in their lungs. That's about it. I mean, hell, I am like now the boss of people with Embry-Riddle degrees and, you know, all sorts of bigwig stuff like that, and I ain't got no degree. I think it speaks volumes for what can be done, and it definitely helps if you're a simmer, because it gives you that extra perspective, it helps you learn the aircraft, and you can solve problems that other dispatchers who don't flight sim won't be able to solve. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and real quick go through the little hat flow to get aircraft programmed for arrival and just make sure that we're ahead of the game. This is not an airport that we want to be rushing anything. So the little hat flow starts with flight plan, RadNav, prog, perf, fuel prediction. So it kind of makes a little hat when you look at it. Just want to make sure we got the runway we want to land on, and make sure it's the Victor. Yep, good there. RadNav. We'll clear out TED. I don't know if there's any NAVAIDs here, Juno. About to find out. And there is CGL. Girl, say what? It does say CGL. Okay. Oh well. We'll just let it do its own auto thing. Prog page. P. Uh, 08. Drop that in there. Perf. Current weather. Winds are 280 at 3. Uh, 10 miles, scattered at 500, broken at 1,000, temperature is 8. Should probably start looking at the minimums. Might be below mins. And minimums. Oh shit. So it is an MDA. So we add 50 feet to the MDA. Oh wow. Cat Charlie aircraft are not even allowed to land at this airport. It's only Alpha and Bravo. So just to show what I'm talking about. So this aircraft is a Class C or Category C, and I'm not even allowed to shoot this approach at all. But we're still going to do it. So the MDA, we're going to add, per my company op specs, add 50 feet to that. So that's what, 1920? Which is, that's, so 1880 is 1855 off the ground. This approach requires a min climb of 363 feet per nautical mile to 3,200 feet. I don't care about that. I need 2 miles of visibility. So as of right now, the airport is below minimums. We need the ceilings to come up about another 900 feet. Actually, about another 1,000 feet, really. We'll give it a shot. Visibility is controlling, so this is going to get fun. So as long as you got the visibility, you can legally attempt the approach. Now let's just get a little sexier with it. And let's go airline modifiable. Okay, so I don't know how real this is. I haven't changed anything in this airplane. They've got everything armed, or equipped rather. But we're going to use FLS, which doesn't help us with the minimums or anything, but I'm sure we'll get in. One minute delay. GSX, it's their fault. Late arrival pushback crew, RLP. Send that. And then while we're waiting on that, let's enter our info. It's PAJN. Actually, PAJN08. And we're going to draw a 7-mile range ring. With FLS, it's going to already draw our extended center line, so we don't have to worry about doing that. Cool. I've heard about a certain company merging with another airline. Yeah, that is happening. Still hasn't been voted or anything yet, but it's in the process. Let's drop these screenshots, shalleth we? Phone keeps vibrating. Should probably check my work calendar, make sure I don't have any meetings today. That's the only thing that sucks with being management is now there's like a meeting a day during the work week. No, look at that. I ain't got no meetings. Got one tomorrow. Nice. Kill a bunch of this other stuff. There's one other thing I need to get rid of, but I can't remember what it is. Sweet. So far, the class starts for me is October 11th. Oh, okay. You're not too far out. Shit, just less than a month. Zach, you do make the age requirement. But hell, I think you're even still young enough to join the military. I think the cutoff is 34. So I would say that we're all of legal dispatching age. Should be a fun one, just don't take out that hill, right? I'm curious to see if Microsoft Flight Simulator is even going to be able to render the correct clouds. Because we also got that scattered at 500 layer, which, for those of y'all who are interested in dispatch, so there's a difference in ceilings and sky condition. So a ceiling is broken or overcast. Those are your two ceilings. Sky condition, scattered or few. So when it comes to like requiring an alternate, or there goes the airplane, minimums, we only care about ceilings. We don't care about sky conditions at all. So as of right now, we've got scattered at 500 feet. Don't care about that. Now, being that this is an RNAV and it's going to be like once you're within 2 miles, it's a visual approach. That scattered layer could potentially disrupt that a little bit, but in the dispatch world, we don't really care about scattered at 500. If the pilots get to minimums and they can't see and they have to go around, that's something they got to do, and then we're there to help them out. But now we've got broken at 1,000 feet. That we absolutely care about. Our minimums is roughly 1,900 feet. So we need the ceilings to come up 900 to 1,000 feet in like the next, I don't know, when we get in there, 1721, 1633. Okay, so like in the next 50 minutes, we need that shit to come up. And being that it's Alaska, it probably won't. And it's still pretty early in the morning. Temperature is 8, so it's also going to be icing conditions. See what the tap's calling for. So what time we getting there again? 1721. So at good lord. At our ETA forecasted for Juneau, winds are variable at 3 knots, which is not great. The higher the winds, the less that ceilings and visibility, or like fog, obscuration, will sit there. So usually you when it comes to wintertime weather, you want higher winds because it helps break up those issues for you. So they're forecasting variable at 3 knots, greater than 6 miles, few at 200 feet. Now again, that's a sky condition, so we don't really care. But in the real world, few can quickly turn into broken or overcast at 200. So it's something to definitely pay attention to. At an airport like this, as a dispatcher, I'd be tacking on alternate and a lot of gas. Unless it's just operationally better to just go ahead and divert, something like that. And then after that, broken at 1200. And we need broken at 19 or broken 2000. So that's... TAP's not looking great. Now, legally, as a dispatcher, could we legally dispatch this flight? Yes. Visibility is controlling, and they are forecasting greater than 6 statute miles. We need 2 miles. So we could legally send the flight. So, not a big deal there. Let's take a look at our alternates. Like, alternate airports. Give me the damn charts. Oh god, Sitka has shit approaches. RNAV to 1-1. Oh, that's a lot better. 1350 is the MDA with 3 miles. I'm guessing with an FLS equipped, we could shoot an LP approach, which is 550 decision altitude, mile and 3/8. We'll hang on to that. And whatever this approach is. Runway unspecified. I have never seen this before. Check this out. So it's like an RNAV approach, but it doesn't go to like a runway. It even says runway unspecified. RNAV final approach core 04. This is just says GPS-B. That's weird. I've got a buddy of mine. I got a couple buddies over at Alaska. I might need to ask them about this. Like, yo. Well, I could probably just ask one of my pilot buddies. So we would plan runway 11 for our alternate. And so with FLS, we could shoot an LP approach. So the MDA is 500, add 50 feet to that, it's 550. And a mile, mile and 3/8. That's on the plate. Now, we would have to derive alternate minimums. And per my company's op specs, obviously I don't work for Alaska, but for alternates, we cannot dispatch. We cannot use an alternate. So if our destination only has RNAV approaches, we cannot use an alternate that only has RNAV approaches as well. We would have to have something that's got an ILS. So technically, in the real world, this would not be a legal alternate to use per company policy. That might even be an FAA reg, but I'm not sure. But we're going to keep it. So we'll just derive alternate minimums with single NAVAID. So when it comes to alternate minimums, it's kind of a pain in the ass, and it's going to be a little hard. For me, I have to write it out. And this is a question that we ask interviewees when they're coming to interview with Spirit, which we'll be hiring a new class very soon. So standard alternate minimums with just regular standard alternate minimums, which is something you'll learn in dispatch school. I believe it's, God, I can't even remember because we don't use them. It's like 602 for a precision approach and 802 for a non-precision approach, something like that. But in the airline world, we derive alternate minimums, so you gotta do a little bit of math. That's not hard at all. So you've got two different rule sets for single NAVAID rule and then the two NAVAID rule. If you have two different NAVAIDs, so let's say we've got multiple runways, multiple ILSs, we can use two ILSs and use those minimums. as our alternate minimums, and I'll do an example of this here in a minute. We'll find a bigger airport to use, and you use the most restrictive of the two NAVAIDs to get your minimums. But in this case, we've only got the single NAVAID. We got this one RNAV approach, so we're going to derive it off of this. So the minimums are now on the dispatch side. We don't do the 50 feet added to the MDA. That's a pilot thing. That's not a dispatch thing. So dispatch, we're just looking at the plate. All right. So I remember this. So for single NAVAID, you're adding 400 feet and a mile. So if we got 1880. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do a calculator because I don't trust my brain. So 1880 plus 400 feet gives us, probably just call it 23, because METARs are only reported in increments of 100. So there's no way you could really use 2280. So it'd be 23. And then we are adding 1 mile to the visibility. So the visibility on the plate is 2 miles, so we would add a mile to that, and that makes it 3 miles. So to use, hang on, I'm on the wrong plate, damn it. So you gotta pay attention. I was using Juno. So get rid of all that. So to use this, if we're going based off of the LP approach, we're adding 400 to that, so that's 900 feet. And we're going to add 1 mile to the visibility, which makes it 2 3/8. So you see here we got 1 3/8, add a mile to that, it's 2 3/8. I've never seen visibility reported like that at most civil airports. So to use this airport, the weather has to be at or above 900 foot ceilings, 2 3/8 visibility on a single NAVAID rule. For the 2 NAVAID rule, you add 100 and a half. Is it? No, 200 and a half. 200 and a half. 100 and a half is for a high men's captain. So it's kind of good that I'm doing this with y'all, because now that I'm not actively dispatching all the time, I don't do this as often, and it's one of those kind of things that if you don't use it, you'll lose it kind of deal. So for shits and giggles, let's pull up Anchorage. So they're using the 7s. And so we've got 2 ILSs, and now you'd have to check the NOTAMs to confirm that the ILSs are operable, because if you can't derive your alternate minimums off of an NOP NAVAID. But we've got ILS 7 left and ILS 7 right. So we're going to get the minimums for both runways. So runway 7 left is 200 and a half. Now we're using 200 and a half because this is a precision approach. The others were RNAVs, which is non-precision, therefore we're using the MDA. But being that this is a precision approach, we're going to use the decision height. Hence why you got the little H in parentheses. Decision height, 200 feet. So 7 left is 200 and a half. 7 right will also be 200 and a half, because it goes all the way down to a Cat 3. You cannot use anything lower than a Cat 1. Just FYI. Alright, so we're 7 right. We've got 200 and a half. So now we're just going to add the 200 and a half to our alternate minimums, or to these plate minimums. Now the thing is, when I talk about, like a while ago I said you would use the most restrictive of the two. So let's say that like the minimums are 200.5 for 7 right, but when 7 left, say it was like 250.5. Well, we would add our ceiling to the higher of the two, which would be 250. But in this case, both are at 200. So we're basically just adding 200 feet to 200 feet, which will give us 400. And then we add half-mile visibility to the viz on both approaches, which is both of them are half mile, so that gives us 1 mile. So alternate minimums for anchorage, assuming that both ILSs are fully operable, would be 401. 400 foot ceilings, 1 mile visibility. So guys, in dispatch school, you're going to learn the standard, but in real world dispatch, that's not what you're going to do. You're going to be doing what I'm doing, because it allows you to use more airports. You have to put in a little more work as a dispatcher and do a little bit of math, but for the operation, you'll be able to use more airports, which will give you a greater selection of alternates. Therefore, you can choose a closer alternate, which gives, you're using less gas, and that saves the company money, versus using standard alternate minimums where you might not be able to get an airport for a few hundred miles away. So again, 2 NAVAID rule, we're adding 200.5 to the most restrictive of the 2 NAVAIDs you're using. And in the 1 NAVAID rule, you are adding 401 to the 1 NAVAID that you're using. So, alternate minimums for Sitka, and we're going to abide by it, is 900 foot ceilings, 2 3/8 miles. 2 3/8 miles. So currently in Sitka, and by the way, pilots have to know all this as well. Pilots are doing this too. So weather looks good in Sitka. Winds are 120 at 4, 10 statute miles, few at 2700, temperatures 11, and the altimeter is 3008. The TAF looks good as well. So we got a solid alternate, even though like we're not technically supposed to use an airport with only RNAV approaches, since our destination only has RNAV approaches, but we're just not going to pay attention to that. Ooh. So METAR just updated for Juneau. Winds are calm. It's not good. We want stronger winds. 10 statute miles. Few at 200. Broken at 800. So the ceilings went down 200 feet. Actually, now I've got an additional layer. So this shit. So anyways, so we've got 2 ceiling layers now, broken at 800 and broken at 1100, both of which are below minimums. So we'll see what it does. We'll attempt an approach as long as the visibility stays up. We'll attempt an approach. Let's see if I can share this deal. All right, perfect. So another big thing in dispatch, and more so this is like meteorology theory, weather theory. So you got the temperature and you got the dew point. The closer that the temperature and dew point are, especially with calm or light winds, the higher the chance of obscuration development. Obscuration being mist or fog. So we got a 2 point or a 2 degree spread. That's pretty close with calm winds. We've already got few at 200. If those clouds get lower, that's just going to end up being fog. So not only are we running the risk of low ceilings and not being able to see the approach, and there you go, Zach, but now we've also got the, I would put it at a moderate risk of fog development or mist development. Based off the temperature, it would probably be mist. But yeah. So this is getting dicey. And this is all stuff that pilots have to pay attention to when en route. But this is another function, huge function of dispatch. You know, as a dispatcher, I'd be watching this. I would already have in my mind that this is a high-risk airport. Not only being in Alaska, but just with bad minimums, and you got this kind of weather going on. So with this, I would send this update to the pilots, make sure that they are aware of it, and we would also be talking about, all right, so if, you know, what's the plan? I would get their fuel on board while they're en route, because maybe they burned less fuel on taxi out and they got a little bit more gas. Maybe their zero fuel weight was lighter than what was planned. That also gives us more gas. Maybe their zero fuel weight was heavier than planned. Now we got less gas. So I would yeah, you need some wind for, yeah. I mean, fog can definitely develop in calm winds as well. It's all the time I've seen fog with calm winds. But at least you want wind to get that fog moving, to get it off the field. With calm winds, obviously that's not happening. But so anyways, so from the dispatch perspective, if this aircraft is en route and I see this and I go look at the plates, I'm like, shit, the ceilings are below minimums. I'm gonna send them to METAR, ask them for their fuel on board. They'll send me their fuel. I'll run the numbers and see how much hold fuel we got. Give them an updated burn to their alternate, and just kind of chat about what our plan is. Like, hey, do you even want to attempt an approach? Being that they got 10 statute miles and visibility is the controlling factor, just about any pilot would be willing to shoot an approach. So talk that out. I'm like, yeah, we'll shoot an approach. We go miss, then we'll go hold and see what we can do. With there being mountainous terrain and stuff like that, from the pilot's perspective, probably wanted to bug out a little bit early. So like the numbers in the fuel numbers that I send them, it has what's called MFR, min fuel remaining, and that's basically their bug out fuel. For sim brief, we'll have to do a little math to figure that out, which ain't much. That's my calculator. So we're basically just going to add up the reserve fuel and the en route burn to Sitka. So 2,900 pounds on the reserve and 33. That gives us a bug out fuel of I'll probably call it 6.5. Being that there's mountainous terrain, maybe you want to leave a few hundred extra pounds in case we have any issues with that. So let's just add 300 to that. So we'll call our bug out fuel let's call it 6.8. Min fuel remaining. .8. Now if we do have to go into a hold, if we're going to attempt an approach, we'll probably be holding at a lower altitude. We want to climb back up to like 13,000 feet, something like that, enter a hold. If we don't attempt an approach, we can hold higher. So the higher you hold, the less fuel you burn, and the longer you can hold. Some min fuel remaining 6.8. Alt mins 900. 2 3/8. And then mins 1900. Cool. And so as dispatchers are sending this stuff to the pilots, they're making a note of everything. They want to have their information on hand in a very easy to digest way. So it might just be writing it down on the OFP or whatever. Alright, so let's start talking about the arrival a little bit. So we don't have a star. So we're gonna cross Chill, and then Gumley, Muggs, proceed down to Ogimi and shoot the RNAV approach. Again, our minimums are 1920. That's with the 50 foot added to the MDA. 2 miles visibility. So final approach course is 070 degrees. Final approach fixed is Manet at 2,700 feet. Again, 1920 on the minimums. Touchdowns on elevation is 25 feet. If we go miss, we're climbing left turn 9,000 direct Muggs, and we'll probably just go hold at Chill. The descent angle is 3.08 degrees, so it's non-standard. We've got approach lights, PAPI and VASI on the left, or just a VASI on the left. I talked about that. On runway 826 sand used to enhance runway friction may not meet FAA specifications. Okay, that's interesting. We have high intensity runway lights, centerline lights, approach lights, all kinds of fucking lights. Some of these I ain't never seen before, like whatever that is. Runway lead-in lighting system, cool. Okay, yes, okay, I understood. VASI on the left. The VASI has a 3.50, so that's a lot steeper. That seatbelt sign on, getting bumped around a little bit. Aligned approximately 13 degrees right of the runway center line and is not visible on the runway. Unusable beyond 6 degrees left of course. Interesting. Runway is grouped, so that helps. Threshold. Landing distance available 8,457 feet, 150 feet wide. Once we land, it's going to be a left-hand turnoff. Terminals over here. We're actually going to be parking. No, we are going to be parking the terminal because we are a passenger. Our next flight's going to be on the 737-700 cargo variant. And we're going to be spawning over here. But we'll get to that later. So, being that we do have the FLS equipped, we're going to arm the ILS push buttons. And for now, I'm going to go auto brake low. I don't think the runway is going to be wet as of now. 34. And descent. Thrust idle. Damn, them some mountains down there. So we also have Orbix Alaska mesh installed. Just FYI. What plane and route for tomorrow's shared cockpit? So we're flying the fly-by-wire, and we're gonna be flying JFK to Pittsburgh and back. That's the tentative plan, and tentatively 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Being that Juneau is in a valley, doubt those clouds are, yeah. And so at that point, you could probably call it mountain obscuration type. Obscuration. Well, I guess we don't technically have obscuration, but clouds in a valley, like that might as well be. Holy shit, dogs. I don't know if that was the weather update or if that was like severe mountain wave, but that was nasty. Somehow the autopilot didn't disconnect, which I'm surprised. Let's get the let's just make sure everything's up to date. 8 rad nav, SSR, cool, prog, perf, Update this. Dude, what the fuck? Surely that can't be weather updating that frequent. That's got to be mountain wave. So winds are calm now. Temperature still 8, 30.08. 1920 on the men's. Watch. Like, it's reporting all these ugly layers, but we'll get there and it'll be like VFR per Microsoft Flight Sim. When you dispatch a flight, do you know the name of the pilots like they know the name of who dispatched them? Yeah. So on the release, has the pilot in command, the first officer, and the dispatchers, all three names side by side. When we release the flight, that is us like electronically signing the release. They have to handwrite their signature on the release, agreeing that they are in compliance with FAR 117 regulations. So it's like all your crew rest, duty period laws, stuff like, or regulations, and then also that he or she agrees that this flight is legal and safe to conduct, and so it's joint responsibility with the pilot and the dispatcher, and that, you know, if there's any changes or there's any concerns, we run that between each other, and you know, we always keep each other in the loop. But yeah, they definitely know. There's been quite a few times that I've ridden in the cockpit and I'll introduce myself to the captain, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen your name on release several times. Da da da. You're one of the good ones." At least that's what you hope that they'll. You know, I've had a few tell me that like I'm one of the good ones. Pilots definitely have their shit list of dispatchers. You know, some dispatchers might be very lean on fuel. Some might give quite a bit more fuel. You know, whatever. Flight planning can be very subjective. So pilots have their shit list, and I try not to ever be on the shit list. But dispatchers also have their shit list of pilots as well. Whether it be like a super high maintenance pilot that's like may have a tendency to make a big deal out of nothing all the time, or they're just like ornery and not very easy to work with. But then there's also, you know, we got our list of pilots that we love to work with. Usually that list is far, at least in my company, and as far as my list, I can't speak for anybody else, but the list of pilots who are not on the shit list is far greater than those who are. I might would have like 2 or 3 pilots that, like, I see their name, like, oh man, like I know this is, I'm gonna get shit for something. So, you know, some people, like, you can't make them happy no matter what you do. Last time I flew to Juneau on Microsoft, there were snow on the ground despite temperatures in the 70s. Yeah, and with the temperature being 8 degrees Celsius, like that's maybe like 39, 40 degrees. Let's see. Let's translate that. Yeah, so 8 degrees Celsius is 46 degrees Fahrenheit. So there should not be snow on the ground when we get there. Now, I was up until about 2:30, 3 o'clock this morning, going through all the airports and getting GSX set up at the gates that I plan on using. And there was snow on the ground in Juneau. I don't know what the temperature was, though. How exciting is I'm currently on lunch in training. Nice. In fact, I was just talking about you earlier. We just got done talking about a lot of dispatch stuff. Deriving alternate minimums. On that topic, in dispatch school, you're going to learn standard alternate minimums, which I believe is 602 for precision approach, 802 for non-standard or for non-precision approach. Whereas in real life dispatch, we derive it. talk more about that later because it's kind of a long-winded subject, as everybody else in the chat will tell you. We just got done going through it. But yeah, we're also talking about when you have a temperature dew point spread that are very close to each other with lighter calm winds, it's a good recipe for obscuration development, and we've got that. So just to fill you in real quick, we are descending into Juno. Ceilings are about 1,000 feet below minimums, but we do have visibility, and visibility is the controlling factor, so we can still legally attempt the approach. But based off the METAR, we need 1,900 foot ceilings to shoot for minimums, and we have 800 foot ceilings. So this is about to get dicey. Alright, so we're going to get serious now. Auto brake, low, ILS, flight director, ILS, flight director, 4,000. Nope. I want to take that down to 34. Alright, let's go ahead and connect that. What the hell? Okay, now that looks good. I would love to see this approach from the cockpit. And look, there's snow on the ground. Turn that music off, getting rid of all the distractions. Ladies and gentlemen from the cockpit, this is your first officer speaking. We are making our initial descent into Juno airspace. We'll be on the ground about the next 10 minutes. Current weather in Juno, we've got calm winds, temperature 46 degrees, and good visibility. We do have some low ceilings. I get this weird bug every now and then where it does this. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It'll square itself away, but you gotta fight with it for a minute. I don't really know why it does this. Might have to hand fly the whole thing. Alright, looks like it's chilled out now. No. You see how the flight director's real jumpy? I don't know what that's about. And also, like, the side slip looks kind of fucked. Here we go again. So like, I'm not even touching the controls. Autopilot's off. So I don't know. This is not the time that I want this doing this. Come on. Piece of shit. On both sides. Speed. Lights. Dude, not gonna be able to shoot an approach like this. don't think it is. It's I've had it do this pretty much forever, and now it looks like it's squared away. Flight director starts moving smooth again, and now we're good, I hope. I've seen it do it a couple times in a flight.
And ladies and gentlemen, again from the cockpit, sorry about that. We had a weird anomaly there. I'm saying a lot because I'm a pilot. And anyways, we've got some low ceilings that are below our approach minimum, so we may have to conduct a go-around, but we are going to give it a shot, and if we don't get in, we'll go hold for a few minutes and reassess the situation from up there. As always, I want to thank Flying Alaska Airlines, and flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
So again, for anybody who's not familiar with FLS, which is FMS landing system, it displays an RNAV approach in the same way that you would see an ILS. Although the ILS magenta carets are solid, the RNAV FLS ones are hollow. And obviously it says FLS right there as well, so that you know the difference. Alright, so let's do a 2-mile range ring. I'm gonna be more worried about that with the minimums. Because 2 miles is the minimum on the visibility. So far, no ceilings. We are on live weather. View 200, broken 800, overcast 1100. Now temperature is 9. Still 30.08. Winds are now 300 at 3. Not really sure why I kicked it off to vertical speed mode. There we go. Alright, we're set. Final glass up star, final loc star. And there's literally no like a cloud floating here and there. when these ceilings have been like this since we got off the ground. So Microsoft Flight Simulators had plenty of time to load the weather in. Gate 5. Shouldn't be yelling like that. We're in approach mode. Missed approach altitude 9,000 set. Eight miles.
2,500.
Flaps 2.
Above.
Approach mode is armed. And let's go ahead and get configured. Continue. Flaps full. Landing checklist. Cabin crews advised, auto speed, auto brake, low, eco-memo landing, all green, landing checklist is complete. I'm going to take my guidance as long as I can. Stable. There's 2 miles. We are visual.
$500, $400, $300, $300, $200,
Glide slope. Glide slope.
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Manual braking. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I was holding my breath a little bit on that one. keep on cleaning it up. Well, that's already off. APU's pulling up. After landing, checklist: exterior lights are set, flaps are checked, TCAS to standby, engine mode selectors normal, ground spoilers disarmed, radar predictors off. Shoot! Great approach and landing. Awesome, thank you so much. Let's see what Valanta says on the landing. Negative 150. I'll definitely take it. Man, and the winds are like on point with the METAR. 300 at 3 knots. But ceilings don't look it. Dumb. Damn, man, I was actually kind of hoping to like go hold for a minute. There better not be anybody in my gate. And it's 40-something degrees outside. And there's snow on the ground. There's 3 minutes, so we're good. Shut down when we need to. APU is available. Are you gonna start waving or what, dude? She's behind. Oh, now she is. Parking brake sets. Shut down 2. Shut down 1. Beacon off. Seatbelt sign off. Fuel pumps off. Nice. I'll take that. That was a fun little flight. Not sure what's going on with that right there, though. That definitely wasn't like that last night or this morning. Sweet. Alrighty, let's go. Parking checklist, not that we can really read it. Slides are disarmed, engines off, seatbelts off, exterior lights are set, ice protection's off, fuel pumps off, yellow pump is off, chalk signal received, parking brake is on. Bye. This is the time when it comes down here. All right, have a great day. Thanks for flying Alaska. Have a good one. See you, sir. Take care. You want to come in the cockpit? No? Oh, you don't care? All right. Bye. What's up, dude? You want to be a pilot? No? A YouTuber? Okay. See ya. Screw you then. I won't turn the lights on for you. APU that off. And now we got people just walking through space. That kind of looks cool. Alright guys, so I'm gonna just let this play for a second. I need to plug in the throttle. I can't sit here all day with okay. I can't sit here all day with the yoke in my crotch. It'll drive me nuts. So I'm gonna fly. I know it's terrible, but I'm gonna fly the 737 with joystick. But I'm gonna mount my Bravo throttle since they'll be out of the way. So I'm gonna let this do its thing. Put on a little music while I mount up the Bravo, and then we'll jump into the 7.3 and get on our way to Sitka. So I'll be right back. I don't know why I did that. I can just do this. Alright guys, so just got the Bravo plugged in. United for life. Thank you so much for your subscription, my friend. Welcome aboard and welcome to the Wrong Side Simulations channel, where we're always bringing the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. Greatly appreciate your support, and feel free to join the Discord. The Discord is in the description below, so you don't want to reach out to me direct. You can absolutely do that. I am a real-world flight dispatcher, so if you have any questions in regards to dispatch or anything aviation related, you can always hit me up directly. Let's remove these stupid Tinder messages. I do believe I had another subscription earlier before we, like on the takeoff roll, and I got distracted. I will definitely make sure to go back and look and see who that was and thank them. So real quick, we're going to jump to the Be Right Back screen. I got to go jump in, go spawn up the 737. So give me just a couple minutes and I'll be right back with you guys. Alrighty guys, we are back. I'm pretty excited about this. I have not flown any 737 cargo ops, I don't think ever, for the most part. Get the new flight loaded into Navigraph. Cool. One thing I do want to look out for, since I've never done this, is I want to, when they bring the ULDs over, that's what they're called. Anyways, when they load them up, I want to see them, like, see if they pop into the airplane. I guess technically, fuel's low, payload none. Sweet. So we'll make sure all that's set correctly before we leave, obviously. So get all this turned up. Now, for those of you who've been following the channel, y'all know that I do not dispatch 737s. I don't know much of shit about 737. I can fly it like the casual simmer. Other than that, I'm not as versed in this airplane like I am the Airbus. Thank you. I'm going to be going up to 20,000 feet. Touchdown zone elevation is 20 feet. So that's actually closer. We'll go terrain, traffic, FPV. We're going to be on Barrow on that, on the approach. Alrighty, FMS. Thank you. Gonna be a very short flight, 33 minutes from wheels up to wheels down, from Juneau to Sitka, Alaska. Oh, actually, I do have a SID. Juno 6 SSR transition. SSR to Cluck. Arrival. It's going to be RNAV 11, I think. Yeah, it just says RNAV 11. Nice. Should be able to handle that one. Climb, we're going to 20,000 feet. initial climb out. Don't see. Nope, so we'll just make it our own. So our initial climb, 8,000. Oh shit, look at that. That is cool. I'm amused by the simplest things in this world. They are loading awfully slow, and I'm about ready to get going, so we might have to skip all this. I doubt y'all even want to sit and watch all that anyways. I wouldn't blame you. Alright, we'll get the AP fired up. Let's go ahead and load up all of our payload and such. I don't like doing the little ground services stuff that comes with PMDG. It's clunky and a pain in the ass. Zero fuel weight's 91 points. We'll just call it 92. Fuel's gonna be 10.3. Go. It's all set there. They're still gonna be loading shit. We could just turn out. We got stuff over there. Got all these doors closed, and let's get the APU fired up. Let's get the chalks. Actually, no, we've got still waiting on this. There we go. Release the ground power. Pull the chalks. Fuel pumps on. Alright, zero fuel weight, 92.2's in there, reserve fuel. .7. Cost index is 5. Not any hurry on this one because it's so short. Winds are 255 at 14. And outside air temperature is -20. Execute that in one limit. Let's go. Let's go 60 on the flex. Climb one's fine with me. Play it safe, go flaps 15. CG at 23.0. 117. So let's go flaps 5. 118. Runway heading is 085. Nice. Make sure everything looks good. There we go. Parking brakes released. Oh, that's right. I don't have wing views because it's fucking cargo variant. Well, you guys, we'll see y'all later. Have a great time. Alright, get started on 2. Let's roll number 1. Set the parking brakes. Looking for 23-ish% in 2. 1.5. Actually, I think it's 2.0 on the N1. Yep. Alright, good start on number 1. Laps 5. What's all that sound? Flaps lever. Nope. Goodbye. And then we're trimming. Actually, trim's just about already set. Cool. Let's get out of here. If I can find the taxiway line. Flight controls check. Full left and full right. Muy bien. And we're not going to be in cruise long at all. Look at that. Top of climb, top of descent. Not much time in the cruise. Okay, I like it. Let's go. Taxiing without my, whoops, got my taxi light on. Again, be very forgiving of my Boeing skills. You know, I wonder if this departure is like the other side of the runway only. Juno 6. Climb right. Turn as soon as practical. Climb in visual conditions. Direct. CGL. Blah blah blah. Okay, so now we can do it. Here we go. Checks. Checks. Rotate.
Positive rate of climb.
You're up. Looking for 400 feet. Shut up. Let me get above these peaks before I keep that turn going. Flaps 1. We're above them. Yep. Now, let's go legs. That. Execute. LNAV, VNAV. And now we flying like we supposed to be. Woof. Got another dude 3,800 feet below us. Flaps up. Man, I guess there's really a dude like AIG guy down there shooting the approach to other side of the runway. Not that there's a flight attendant on board, but if we got any jump seaters back there. Man, this thing, we're not super heavy, but we're climbing like a damn rocket. These next two flights are going to be pretty quick, and we're not going to dilly-dally on the ground at all. Oh, dude. Yes. Got a load of that Cajun two-step? Oh, yes. I've been eating the hell out of that stuff. So good. Time is it? 2 o'clock? Our longest leg is going to be Ketchikan to Portland. Thing's flying slow, 232 knots. We'll speed that up. So to put on what kind of food are we talking about exactly? Because that dictates a lot. But man, really, you can honestly put it on anything, but probably chocolate. It's kind of like Tony Chachere's. If you ever had Tony Chachere's, it's literally delicious on any kind of food, anything but chocolate. Put it on popcorn, put it on meat, French fries, tater tots, potato, literally anything. It is so good. Cajun two-step is a little less spicy than Tony Chachere's. It's a little more like paprika tasting, I guess. I don't know. But it adds a lot of flavor. It's really good. I put a lot of it in my jambalaya. Alright, so we're already not very far from top of descent, less than 20 miles. So let's see. Runway 7,200 feet long. I'm gonna go out of break 3 just to play it safe. Runway heading is 116. Let's go fix PASI 7 miles. And then Wakewee is the radius is going to be 296. Cool. Current weather is pretty nice. Winds at 350 at 10. 10 statute miles, broken at 2,800. Temperature's 14. Dew point 8. Altimeter 3008. So that's almost straight north. Okay, that's a headwind. Cool. Yeah. Literally anything. Alright, we're already starting our descent. While that's happening, I'm going to plan out the next flight. Really nice weather in Ketchikan. We're going to make a real quick turn. I think we should do a max power takeoff out of Sitka. Sure y'all won't be against that. Perfect. Sounds good, Zach. We'll do. We'll plan on that. Should be pretty perfect timing too. 30:08. All right, what are the minimums? $1,300. With the added 50 feet, that gives us 1,350. Now let's do it in on this side. A lot of scrolling. Holding shift down so it accelerates it a bit. The harder part's keeping it on the damn knob. There we go, 1,350. Get those stowed for landing. Get a little breath of fresh air. Alright, hopefully I can remember how to shoot a damn RNAV in the 7.3. So our next leg is 43 minutes from wheels up to wheels down. So that should work out pretty perfectly. For Zach to join. All right. Slow that airplane down a bit. And we'll go flaps 1. I'll set up a little bit earlier than I would compared to the Airbus, just because I'm not as skilled in this airplane and not as familiar with the characteristics of this airplane, like how fast it wants to slow down, that kind of stuff. Like for example, in the Airbus, I know that between 210 knots and 180 knots, the Airbus, at least the Phoenix Airbus, struggles to slow down, usually requiring a bit of speed brake. So I've kind of factored that into the distance that from my present position to the airport. But from like 180 and less, like as soon as I go, like once I'm in flaps 2, no issue, and then getting fully configured, all I need is about a mile for the airplane to slow down to VREF from 170 knots. That's the kind of stuff that I don't really know with this airplane. Well, flaps 2. Go flaps 5. And we'll go gear down. Arm the spoilers. I'll go VREF plus 5. Actually, we're going to go plus 10. 10 knot headwind. Alright, that's minimums. We'll continue. See if I can.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
1,000.
We are visual. Not tailwind. But this is the only approach in that we got.
400.
So we're kind of stuck with it.
300. 200. 100. 40, 30, 20, 10.
Fuck. Stupid thing won't hit the damn brakes, and it's supposed to like Go to manual braking. Negative 128 on that. It's not bad. Floated a bit more than I wanted to. I got a turnaround spot down here. And here we want to park at gate 2. Oh, you're a bitch. And now it thinks I'm at a different airport. Probably because I'm close to some... I don't know what it thinks. Do it when we get closer. Alright, let's go. Turn that off. Leaving all that on. The light's on for now. There we go. Gate number 2. Nope. Alaska. Thank you. Airplane keeps pulling to the left. Alrighty. Parking brake set. APU on the bus. Oops, I had all my lights on. Let me turn those off. And we'll shut them down. I'm terrible with the lights in this airplane, apparently. Nothing to see here, guys. Just running over other stuff. Jesus. Bam! Flight number 2 out of 4 is now complete. Nope. Keep all the asses on the airplane. Nice. Alright. So, it was a little floaty. It's not the worst. And again, that one was let's see, flights. Negative 128 on that landing rate. This flight's a tad bit longer. Let's see, plan a flight. Add flight plan. Cool. Now I want to head over from Sitka over to Ketchikan, Alaska for leg number 3. Let's see. Do you know what gate in Ketchikan you'll be parking at so don't spawn in your spot? I think Ketchikan I'm gonna do revenue flight, like passengers. So I'm gonna be parking at gate number 1. Well, shit. I'm gonna be parking at gate 3, departing out of gate 1. So I'll tell you what, just to make things easier, I'll stick with cargo. Or shit, or do I want to go back to the Phoenix? I kind of want to go back to the Phoenix for the last leg. All right, we'll do this. I'm gonna depart out of gate 1 in Ketchikan. I'm gonna fly the Phoenix, and then I'll leave, I think, gate number 2 to the right of gate 1 open for you. It's at the terminal. Something of that nature. Alright, let's see what else we got. So we need to get this set. Sid. Ketchikan. Got us on runway 29. RNAV. Alright. We got an ILS on 1-1. If the winds allow, we might just take the ILS. Got a few ILS procedures. Sweet. Taxi. Let's. Alright, so let's jump in the airplane, and still got the AP running, so we won't have to wait on that. Start programming the airplane for our next leg. And like I said before, this is going to be a pretty quick turn. PAJN. We are ASA 23 on this leg. And we're departing off runway 11. Actually, we're going to depart off runway 29. That's the only one that's got a headwind. Going direct to Bravo Kilo Alpha. RNAV 29. Like that. Doozy. I'm not really sure where Doozy is in relation to Alpha November. Oh no, that's still north. Alright, we'll be good with that. DOOZI. Drop that in. Legs. We'll just go ahead and connect that. Not gonna be on VATSIM or anything. Arrival is set. Climb. 43 minutes from wheels up to wheels down. And we'll be cruising at an altitude of 310. Fuel for this leg is going to be 8.5. We've got 7.6 on board, so I don't have to get much fuel. Payload, zero fuel weight is 88.1. Nice and light. We just dropped off some cargo. Reserve fuel 2.6. Cost index 60. Winds are 253 at 38. Outside air temperature minus 45. Let's do a max power takeoff on this one. No real reason to need to, but we're going to do it anyways. Take the initial climb up to 13,000. Altimeter still 3008, set on both sides. And while we're not flying and getting bounced around, go ahead and set our minimums. are they doing outside? Look like they're done with everything, so they're gone. Waiting for your action to open cargo 1. How about this? He's all up in there, ain't he? Alright, cruising up to 31 on this one. Line, got dippers on, fuel pumps. Nice, okay, that'll work perfect. Because I think the other gate is actually a cargo gate. Alright, well, that sounds good. If you don't mind me asking, what having to get physical therapy for? Physical therapy sucks. I had dual shoulder surgery going into my senior year of high school, and I was in physical therapy for like 9 months. Oh my lord. What in the actual fuck? Okay, that was fun. This time we'll go left ignition switch and roll on number 2. Or cut it. GSX doing some funky stuff. think we pretty much ready to go. Don't run over my GoPro. And ran over my GoPro. Alright, another flight controls check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, and full right, neutral rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Alright, so V2's 124, got runway heading 196 in there, top altitude's gonna be 13,000 feet. We are in flaps 5, auto brake RTO. And trim is set to 4.5. Rip camera. Get a little Southwest taxi going. You stupid. So stupid. Who would even do that? AI dating, yep. Cerebral palsy, do it through. Ooh. So sorry to hear that. That sucks. Definitely gonna keep my mouth shut on how much I hated rehab. So I've got a one of my best friends who actually worked with me at my company. He's now an FAA inspector. He lost an arm when he was in the Navy in a motorcycle wreck. Hang on, dogs are barking. Let me go check the door real quick, make sure ain't nobody. Stand by one, guys. Dogs barking at literally nothing outside. Not a damn thing. All right. Rock and damn roll.
Airspeed alive. 80 knots. Maintain.
are just accelerating. That's the fun in cargo, though. Damn dog. And let's go flaps up. He'll bark at the cats outside. But anyways, I got one of my best friends that I worked with at Trans States, and then he came over. Yeah, you hush. Came over to my current company and worked there for about a year before getting a job with the FAA as a dispatch inspector. He lost an arm in a motorcycle wreck in the Navy, and yet he still flies. He's got a prosthetic, I believe, that allows him to fly. I mean, he just flies like experimental light sport type airplanes. But nonetheless, man, it's awesome that can overcome adversity and still be able to do what you love to do. Damn it! I didn't turn my strobes on. Tell you, the lights is the biggest thing I struggle with. Damn 737. Yeah, good thing no ATC. I know, right? I thought about that as I was getting up. It's nice to do some streams with no VATSIM because then you have a little more freedom and can kind of relax and be able to converse more in the chat than having to constantly monitor the radios and be interrupted and that kind of stuff. All right, we'll keep it going up to the final 31. What? I don't know what the hell he's barking at. Alright, gears up and locked. Auto brake is off. Flaps are up. I think we're sitting pretty. Then again, in a 737, I never really know the difference. Really hope that one day we're able to open the cockpit door. Sat in a 7.3 jump seat quite a few times. It's pretty tight. It's not the most roomy cockpit in the world. Plus you got the captain's bag like right there next to you. Airbus is such a comfortable airplane. So much room on the jump seat. You got armrests. You got cup holder. We are on our way, blasting off like a sumbitch. I got quite a lot of songs on this stupid playlist, and like I swear it just plays the same ones over and over again. Yeah, we just heard that one. Now all three dogs are joining in on it. I should probably go check. Hang on, guys. All right. Still, I don't know what the hell. It's like one dog barks and the other dog's like, "Oh, intruder." Need to get in on this. What's the code for dog barking at nothing? I don't know. Code bark? Code dumb ass? Something like that. 3 o'clock. I think it might be beer time. We're gonna need a beer for this. We're gonna need a couple beers for this next leg. Being that it's a little lengthy. Drinking another one of those Voodoo Rangers, looking like a little Top Gun Maverick, which, by the way, is now out, and you can buy Top Gun Maverick on YouTube, which I did last night. And my girlfriend has never seen Sully, so her and I shall be watching Sully sometime soon. We watched the Elvis movie last night, and it was surprisingly good. Heck yeah, they are. So last night I was trying to just like preview and see if like watch a little bit of Maverick, and it kept saying it's processing, and it's still saying it's processing. Check back later. What the? We're processing this video. Check back later. It's bullshit. It lets Sully work, but Top Gun Maverick doesn't work. Just on Valance, it looks like we're already almost halfway there. There we go. I don't know how that happened. So Wes, have you not seen Top Gun Maverick? Or have you seen any of the Top Guns? 'Cause if you love aviation, you will love Top Gun. So we got about a 200-pound imbalance. I guess it's not 200 pounds. Never mind. No biggie. Alright, so catch can. What's the winds? 340 at 9. Yeah, I guess 2 knots will be what we want. Oh my god. I bet you this dog's just barking at a damn cat. I got a bunch of feral cats around the neighborhood. Oh, actually he's barking at a neighbor and his dog across the street. Chad and his pit bull. They may or may not be drug dealers, don't really know. But our neighbors across the street seem a little off. Some suspicious activity late at night. Mainly it's one of the residents that seems a little So, for those of you who aren't watching, I probably should have been promoting this a little bit more throughout the flying today. But tomorrow night at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, myself and Captain Shaquille Oatmeal, another YouTube streamer. If you don't know him, then I don't know how you don't. If you know me and my channel's this small, definitely should know him. Captain Shaquille Oatmeal is a good friend of mine. He is a ramper up in Charlotte for American Airlines, and is also a private pilot, but also awesome human being. And tomorrow night, him and I will be doing a shared cockpit flight in the fly-by-wire A3 2NX during a VATSIM event from JFK to Pittsburgh and back. So if y'all aren't busy, hopefully it should be a good stream to watch. There's not a whole lot of shared cockpit action out there. Him and I have been able to do 1 or 2 practice flights. Haven't got to the point that I would like us to be, where we're like bam, 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 like really fast on the checklist and stuff. But you know that stuff takes a lot of practice and a lot of repetitions, and we just haven't had the time to do it with both of our schedules. But him and I agreed that we're both knowledgeable enough that we should be able to get through a round trip without any problems. So tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're not busy, tune in to either my channel or Shaq's channel, and come join us for an awesome shared cockpit flight. At least we hope it's awesome. There is definitely some room for things to get a little squirrely. It can turn out to be a bit of a clunky stream. We're going to be using your controls. Your controls utilizes click spots in the cockpit, so we have to be in the same airplane. Should be the same livery if we're trying to be realistic. Same gate. Airplane needs to be configured exactly the same. It's like when we spawn into the airplane, both airplanes need to be in the exact same configuration. And then from there, we have to keep our airplanes perfectly in sync as best we can. And that in itself is pretty hard. If I get typing too fast in the McDo, his airplane may not read my click, and then we're out of sync. So we're going to do our best. But nonetheless, it's going to be a lot of fun to hang out. And I guess worst case scenario, we'll both just fly separate. Not too far from the top of descent. Let's look at this approach. I'm going to cross Ann at 4,500 feet. So let's go ahead and throw that in there. Got that. It is an on-nav approach, so we don't have to tune any ILS frequency. Final approach course is 295. Final approach fix is Yatter at 3,500 feet. Decision altitude is 722 feet. Touchdown zone elevation is 92 feet. And let's see, it's going to be a 3.55 degree glide path. With approach lights, Pappy on the left, 5,000 feet is the missed approach altitude, and we'll go direct Cloyd if we go missed. Current altimeter in Ketchikan is 3004. Well, the weather looks pretty good. Winds are 320 at 6, 10 statute miles, clear skies. Temperature's 15.9, altimeter is 3004. Goodness, all the bumps. We'll get this into standby. Damn it. Keeps like accelerating. And we're on our way down. Pretty quick flight. Got you, Wes. Well, you definitely got to watch the second one. I mean, the storyline is kind of unrealistic. In the sense of like what you would really need to launch for F-18s for. The mission could be conducted in a different way, although you can still conduct the mission with 4 F-18s. But nonetheless, as far as just aviation cinema photography, awesome movie to watch. Sweet. So Zach, I'm guessing you're already spawned up at the airport, huh? I'll probably err on the side of caution and go ahead and do a sim restart. Just kind of reset everything, because I know in the past when I've done multiple flights and jumped around different aircraft, I end up having issues. So that'll give you a few extra minutes to get set up too if you need it. But I'm kind of enjoying the 737 action. I'm almost tempted to jump in the 800 and fly a passenger flight. But I am most comfortable on VATSIM in the Airbus. Because they tell me shit like the other day, cross 85 nautical miles northeast of Pincy, fly over 240. I wouldn't really know how to do that other than put a range ring and try to eyeball it using vertical speed mode. Whereas in the Airbus, I think I can get it figured out to put it as a fix, so we do a managed descent. So Zach, what are you flying? You gonna be flying Airbus or 7.3? God, I would love to go to Alaska. Oh, there's catch can down there. That is it right there. I've never shot an approach from this side of the runway. I've always come in around this side and landed on 1-1 on the ILS. So this is going to be a new approach for me. Alright, there's transition altitude. Nope. Wrong button. Throw out a little bit of spoilers and allow the airplane to accelerate its descent and get back on glide path. Coming down at 4,000 feet per minute. Now we're starting to see that glide path catching up little by little. Final approach fix is Yatter. Approach course is going to be 115. Goes, starting to catch up now. It's alright that we're slow. We need to look, the speed's coming down anyways, so we're about to hit 10,000 feet. So we should be theoretically at 250 right now. I don't know why it's still above that. Whatever, let the plane do what it wants. Level it off, let the airplane slow down, and also let the glide path catch back up because now it got too low. Perfect. See, a lot of people say that Airbus calls you retard, but it just said retard right there, so Boeing does it too. Alright, Zach, if you're going to fly 737-800, then I guess, what would you rather see? I'll let you vote yourself, since you're flying with me. Would you prefer that I fly the 737 or the Airbus? Get these stowed for arrival. Now I'm hoping that this is just the missed approach and it's not going to actually try to fly a loop. That's the missed approach. Cool. It is weird not flying on VATSIM. I'm not making any call outs. Jay's in the house. What's up, dude? Was talking about you earlier. Talking about your journey over at Republic and getting your dispatch license and the process you went through. So Zach, there's EQ, there's Jay. You can obviously, you already know. I mean, you got the Discord, but you can either ask him questions in the Discord or you can ask him questions on here. But if there's anything you're curious about, holler at him because he okay, Phoenix it is. But yeah, he he just went through the whole process, so use him as a resource. He doesn't mind. He's a great guy. That, man, and that's been one of those, like, it was really weird at first. Now I'm used to it, but like, the aviation industry is very big on, like, I don't know how to put it into words. For example, my FedEx pilot buddy is a captain at FedEx. Back when I was trying to be a pilot, like, he knows people, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I got this buddy of mine. He's got a King Air, blah blah blah. Shoot you his number and just shoot him a text and tell him Chad sent you." I was like, it's kind of weird to like, how about you give him the heads up, tell him about me first before I hit him up, since you know him. Make sure he's cool with it. And just volunteering, his airplane to a stranger. But like, that was the kind of thing, like, it's very common in aviation that's just like, oh yeah, here's my buddy, reach out to him, da da da. Like, there's a lot of that. You can't be too bashful. Alright, what's the airplane going to do? I better put my beer down. I swear to God, this thing's going to fly the loop. I thought that was missed approach, but maybe that's part of the approach. Max 6,000. Okay. We're just going to do whatever it wants to do. Let it do what it wants to do, otherwise I'll screw the pooch. Trying to do what I want to do. I should make that a song. Did everybody, for those of you who watch, yeah, EQ is on there. His name is Jay Queen in the on Discord. Did everybody's, for those of you who like college football, did everybody's college football teams win on Saturday? My Tigers beat Southern University 65-14. Probably shouldn't even been 65-14, but you know, we had third string in, so good preparation game for next week. Mississippi State's coming to Death Valley, and guess who's going to be in the stadium? This guy. Taking my girlfriend for her first LSU game. Words can't even express how excited I am. I'll go flaps 5. Haven't been to an LSU game since 2007, when LSU beat Auburn with 12 seconds left in the game with a I think it was a post route. Can't remember. But anyways, we ended up going on to win the national championship that year. Les Miles eating grass like a cow. I wonder if he retired. I ain't heard shit about him in a while. Alright, let's go approach mode. Weather updates. Still 30.04. Winds are 320 at 6. 10 statute miles clear. Skies. Temperatures 15. Dew point 9. Altimeter 30.04. You can tell I'm starting to get a little bit of alcohol in my system because I'm starting to talk all rodeo announcer like. Nice and slow on this approach, apparently. But I need to be in LNAV and VNAV so that the RNAV approach works the way it's supposed to, I guess. At least that's the logic in the Airbus. I would assume it's probably about the same in Alright, so we're just going to hold 3,500 feet until the GPS glide path comes down and captures. Once we start down, we'll configure. Damn, we're still like 15 miles away from the airport. Guys, my apologies for such a slow, extended approach. 16 miles out. I'm just not as familiar with the oh wait, we need this. I'm not as familiar with the 7.3 as I am the Airbus, since I don't dispatch these. God, we're getting low on gas too. Estimated fuel upon arrival 4.5. I doubt that includes the loop we just flew. So we're 300 pounds from that. But once we start down, the it'll stop using as much gas. Dude, it's like taking forever. We're just gonna be patient. Man, what a good day this has been. I know you didn't, you son of a bitch. You just said roll tide. I will say though, that Texas Bama game was good. I watched that one. That was a good game. I was definitely pulling for Texas. I mean, I always enjoy an SEC win, but you know, I'm an LSU guy. Like, we always pull for Bama to lose. What is the? At what point is we're gonna start coming down? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Now it's coming. That's the glide path. Once it captures, this should switch to whatever fake GPS. There it goes. Nice. I called it. I'll win the game. And we'll go flaps 10. Ah, shit. And by the way, this Juice Force IPA, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's 11% alcohol, so I wish I had another one. By the time we land in Portland, my brain's gonna be tingly. All right, let's go. Let's get configured. Flaps 15, gear down. Auto brake 2. 7,500 foot long runways, longer than the last one, so we're gonna go auto brake 2 on this one. Last one we went auto brake trace. For those of y'all who know Spanglish. Flaps 25. Oh yeah, arm spoilers. And approach speed is quite low. It's 110. So let's go. What are the winds? 6 knots. Let's go 116. Flaps full. We're still not even 2,500 feet off the ground yet. Configured way early. But fuel's 4.7. Probably touching down right around 4.5. I'm gonna turn these lights off because they're kind of bright in my face. Get that ambiance. Alright, after drinking a beer, let's see if my ass can land this thing by hand from 2,000 feet. Forgot the missed approach altitude. It's 5,000. Too late now. Alright, let's do the old challenge of keeping our head down on the PFD until minimums, like we've done in the Airbus a few times, which is far easier in fly-by-wire versus this, where we've got to trim the airplane like a peasant. 1,000.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Why's the ground so bright? We're continuing, in case y'all didn't know. Beautiful day out here in Ketchikan, Alaska. Sponsored by Alaska Airlines, Cooper Tires, and Cactus Rope, John Deere Tractors, and
300.
DeWalt Table Saws. I'd say I disagree with that GPS localizer thing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Brought that sucker down like a Cessna. Stalling on touchdown. Bro. I'll take that. Center line was pretty. Man, we could have landed on a dirt strip and stopped in 2,000 feet on that one. Maybe on like max braking stuff. Negative 74 feet per minute. Ah, damn, that kind of makes me want to fly the 737-800 to Portland, but I'm not gonna. I ain't gonna. Alright, let's get our gate before I forget about it. Gate 1. Oh, that's not cool. Who in the hell's in my gate? Watch me park my ass there anyway. Bet. Go rolling down the hill. Whoops. Southwest taxi down the hill. Zach, is anybody else is anybody else that you can see in Ketchikan on VATSIM? Well, actually, never mind. I was gonna go ahead and connect so I can see you, but I'm gonna be restarting the sim, so. Ain't nobody in my gate. It's me. I'm the one assigned. Okay, cool. We got a marshaller. That's all I care about. Wait a minute. I'm cargo. We're going to gate 3. Nope, nope. Parking 3. Just gonna cut a U, y'all don't mind me. I do feel like you can taxi like a like, I don't know, like you're driving a sports car in a 7.3. .2 on the gas. Just going to ingest this truck into our engine, no big deal. Yeah, slow down, dude. Chill out. Not gonna lie, I can get used to the 737 stuff if I fly with a joystick. I just get so sick and tired of the yoke being in my crotch, and the yoke being in my crotch, and like I really have to reach for my rotor pedals, which I can fix that. And I've got a couple blocks of wood I'll put between my desk and the base of my pedals. But I really like to like have my desk, like as y'all can see here, like be able to like be comfortable and touch my desk, and like not if I have my yoke, then I'm like out here. So when I have to go to type, I'm like doing this and whatever. It gets really old, super obnoxious. I say that, and there's people out there who would love to have a Thrustmaster yoke, and I'm over here complaining about it. So I shut down the engines. Okay, for a second I thought I forgot to fire up the APU and all that. I guess it didn't. Cool. Bam. Welcome to Ketchikan, Alaska, folks. That guy's still just sitting out there in the way. Get a little bit of cinematics, and then we're gonna restart the sim, jump in the Phoenix, and head on down to Portland, Oregon. I'll plan my flight real quick. Restart the sim. Replug in my Airbus throttle. And maybe for this one, this last leg, I'll get my I'll get the throttle. Yeah, you can take them off. They're done for the day. So I'm gonna get the throttle cam going for y'all. Try to get back on track to like a normal stream. And yeah. Alright guys, give me a few. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna unplug the Boeing throttle, get the Airbus throttle, and no, it is not the TCA Thrustmaster, it is the Flightsimpm PM full-size 1-for-1 throttle of the Airbus. So we'll get that plugged in, we'll get the next flight planned out, and all that kind of stuff. So just give me a few. It's going to take just a few minutes. Restart the simulator. I think I said that already. Please bear with me. It's going to take a few. But I'll be right back with y'all. Alright guys, we are back. I opted not to restart the sim because it was going to take, shit, with all the add-ons I got, it'd probably take about 10 minutes. So we're going to risk it. Start a new flight, add flight plan, yas. This. Pre-file with VetSim. Yes. Sweet. What else do we need to change? I'll screw the charts later. Alright, let's get on VetSim. And we'll see where Zach is sitting. He'll probably be sitting 30 feet higher than us. Oh shit. Zach is I'm guessing that's Zach, and he is a 767 300 here in the sim. Good time. Alright, let's go. One thing I don't like about this scenery is it has a BGL jetway, so it doesn't move. I don't know why they would go with that, but I'm not a developer, so I can't say. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, we're going to roll quick because I know Zach's ready to go. And I'm hoping if we get to Portland quick, we can maybe get another flight in. I don't know to where. .3004 was the last altimeter setting, so that'll get us close. Got that. Alright, Atsu, AOC menu, flight init, initialize that. Get that sim brief up and ready. Cool with data. IRS monitor, cool. AC status, our nav data is up to date. Init request. While we're waiting on that, we'll go ahead and do an APU fire test. Sweet. ASA 24. Cost index 40. Cruising altitude. Cruising altitude is going to be 370 minus 55. Triple pause is 38.3. Wind data request. Flight plan. Departing off runway 29. No SID. I don't know about my first fix being. Oh, I know. I mean, it's connecting the jetway. All right, we'll go with that. Probably gonna depart on runway heading. Then once we clear the mountain tops around us, then we'll go direct. And secondary flight plan copy active. Hopefully we can get a hold at N. No, bastard. Hold it, whatever that is, CFSTF. RadNav, let's go N on that one. Init, tab over to the init B page. Our estimated zero fuel weight is 121.2. Standard CG of 30. Block fuel 17.3. Taxi fuel, let's make it 0.3. Route reserve 0. We got Seattle as an alternate, 2.4 on the alternate fuel. Reserve fuel is 2.9. Good there. Flight director's constraint, flight director's constraint, VORs are on, 3004. And we'll make our initial climb up to 8,000. Got our fuel on board. We do. Seatbelt sign can come on. And let's get that APU on. I'm getting out of here pretty quick. Looking down the line as of right now. Not seeing any. Actually, Portland approach is on. Now, if they'll be on still in 2 hours, who knows? But guess we'll see when we get there. Four minutes until our 8 ears are aligned. Got 79 of 116 passengers on board. Okay, so let's do the departure brief, although we won't have our engine out altitude yet. We can run, actually, do it like the real pilots do. Real pilots typically run their takeoff performance with planned weights. Drive, packs on. Weight's 137.9. Alright, preliminary flaps 1, flex temp 63, engine out 1090. 32, 40, 40 on the V speeds. Alright, so while we're waiting, it's going to be a right seat takeoff. Aircraft type is a 320 for tail strike avoidance, no MELs or CDLs that degrade the performance of the aircraft. It's going to be a 2-engine taxi, therefore, because it's going to be pretty short. So we want to get the hell off the ground as quick as we can. Taxi route will be Alpha, back taxi runway 29. and we'll take off runway heading, and then once we're clear of the mountaintops, we'll go direct Alpha November November, which is hard tuned in the RadNav. Takeoff runway is going to be runway 29. Terrain is a factor. Weather is no factor. No hot spots, no runways to cross. Emergency procedures before V1. It would be my decision to reject the takeoff. I'll come to complete stop, set the parking brake, call flight center stations, analyze situation, call for any income actions or the emergency evacuation checklist as required. After V1, we're going to go flying our engine out. Procedure is to go hold at that weird fix. We'll speed up, clean up. Engine out is 1090 off the ground, and our landing runway will be runway 29. If all goes as planned, we're going to depart on runway heading. Top altitude is 8,000 feet, and we're squawking 2,000 as of now. We'll be flying on VATSIM, so we'll be wary of any traffic in the area. Make the appropriate call outs. So at this point, we're just waiting on the passengers to get boarded up and all that good stuff. I would say it's probably been 3 minutes since the APU's been on, so we can disconnect all this stuff. Big difference when I use keyboard instead of controller. Is the guy coming or what? Seems pretty often I'm having to kill GSX. With the Phoenix. Oh my God almighty. Remove these stupid. Apparently I need some more moderators. So many sex bots. Yeah. Zach, have you started your engines? Just wonder what I'm hearing. See, once I restart Codal or whatever it's called, Homeboy comes and plugs in his pin. Okay, well, Zach, if you want to go ahead and get rolling, I'll be pushing back here shortly. We still got a back taxi and all that stuff. Nose to the right. Alright, I think everything's ready. Alright, actual zero fuel weight's 121.2. Sweet. Zero fuel weight 131.3. Or 31.3 rather. Zero fuel weight CG. .4 in there. Now let's get our perf. Gonna be flaps 1 down 0.4. Flex temp 63. 1090. Go ahead and get that push going. 132, 140, 140. Come on, bro. Gotta restart. Oh, what's this thing called? FSU IPC. Alright, and we are rolling to we do got the throttle cam going. We'll get back to that in just a minute. Zach's back taxiing. We'll get on the frequency. Alright, good start on 1. Engine mode, select normal. Arm spoilers reset, rudder trim, flaps to 1, down 0.4. Auto, TA. After start checklist. Engine anti-ice is off. Yellow trim is off for the trim 0. No, you can't really see it because the sun's blaring it out. After start checklist is complete. Catch can traffic. Alaska 24 taxiing over to the hold point. Short runway 29. Taxiing via Alpha. Short 29. Catch can. You see his big ass tail up there. No, hell yeah. Tail strike. Probably because it's actually a 737 and not a 67. And nothing to see here. Alrighty, mini brief. I'll do it off this one. Departing off runway 29, gross weight 138.4. Flaps config 1 plus F. Fuel 17.1. V1 132. V2 is 140. Top altitude 8,000 feet. First fix is Alpha November. Flight controls check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral, rudder, full right, or correction, full left, full right. Flight controls check is complete. Damn it. Why? Y'all can hear that, right? Whenever I arm them, it's like it's, you can hear the click of it arming, and then it's disarming. Dumb. Catch can traffic. Alaska 24 line or back taxi in runway 29. Catch can. Damn, there's no like turnaround spots. Okie dokie. Departure heading is 295. Give me the damn. There. Phoenix is acting weird. Very weird. I think we're going to take off. We're going to have that same issue we were having when we came into Juneau. Just giving him some time to get a little spacing. Check these messages. Get rid of that. Cool. Thank you. Alrighty. Before takeoff checklist, gross weight compared to complete pitch trim is 29.4% CG set. Correction, 30.4% CG set. V speeds 132, 140, 140, flexing 63. Flaps config 1 plus F. Flight controls are checked. Flight instruments checked. ECM will take off all green. ECM status checked. Predicted wind shear is on auto. TCAS code set TRA. Chem cruise advised. Mini brief is complete. Takeoff runway. Runway 29 is confirmed, as you can see outside. Fuel, min fuel is 16, and we've got 17 on board. Engine mode selector, normal bleed packs are set. Before takeoff checklist, all the way is complete. Here we go. don't think 295 is really the runway heading, but okay. Man, flex SRS heading auto thrust blue. Neutral by 100. It's V1 and rotate. We got positive rate, gear up. Ketchikan traffic, Alaska 24 is clear of runway 29, exiting the airspace to the south. Ketchikan. There's flaps up speed, speed checks, flaps up. Alright, just gonna keep that climb coming. I don't want to blindly turn left into a mountain. Now we're past it all. Nav. There's that flight director coming back to where it's supposed to be. Yeah, we'll keep the climb going. Thrust climb, open climb, 19 blue. We'll go out of pilot 2. And there's 10,000. After takeoff checklist, even though it's pretty late, after takeoff checklist, landing gears up, flaps retractably, pack set, APUs off. After takeoff checklist is complete. Alright, we are on the way. On our fourth leg of the day. Ketchikan, Alaska to Portland, Oregon. We've been flying since about 11 this morning, Eastern time. It's now 4:22, so we've been flying for a hot minute. So we land in Portland. It's an hour, 50 minutes from wheels up to wheels down. So let's do this. It says we're going to be there at 22:03. It's 20:23, so about an hour and a half ish. Maybe about 6 o'clock. Might have time to do a short leg. Probably rock the 737-800. And we can go... Maybe we'll do Portland to Boise. It's pretty short. Either that or Reno. So in the chat, for those of y'all who are still watching, would y'all like to see Portland Boise or Portland Reno? Holler at me in the chat. We'll get her done. I might have to eat at some point though. I haven't eaten today. May have to take a little potty break too. So that's another reason too. Shared cockpit flights would be so great, because if it's like I need to go to the lab, other guy, if I'm flying, another guy just keeps the flight going. You know, worry about telling ATC nothing. Oh, Portland, looks like Portland's offline now. Boop. Alright, so we got one vote for Reno. Copy that. Anybody else? Boom, 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 boom. Let's take it up to our final 37, not 49. 37 blue. And Zach, what CI are you flying? Standard. The choices are Portland to Reno or Portland to Boise. And so far we've got two choices, or two votes for Reno. Well, so you might be good. What about your passengers in the back? Just check that pressurization panel at the top. Make sure you got the final cruise altitude set in the top. Oh, that's right. You got cargo. I forgot about that. Hopefully there's no live cargo in the back. Somebody's dog be flying in and you don't pressurize the cabin or the cargo hold. And we've been flying now for 5 hours, or been streaming for 5 hours and 13 minutes. No offense to Idaho. Yeah, we want to go gambling. We don't feel like going and harvesting taters. Man, Alaska's such beautiful country. I've got to make my way up there sometime. My girlfriend actually lived in Fairbanks, Alaska for 5 or 6 years. Been wanting to go back. Okay. I'm going to crank mine up a little bit. I want to catch up just a little bit, at least to where I can see you on the TCAS. I'm going to go see I-99 for a minute. Then I'll slow it down to 60. Although the speeds will vary depending on your weight versus my weight and that kind of stuff. Beer number 1 down. I got 3 more in the fridge. Yeah, I'll tell you what, when that beer I'm drinking gets a little warm. I mean, I can usually drink a warm beer, but that one is, ugh, it tastes like rubbing alcohol at the end. You'll be asked if you want to try reconnecting again before cancel flight. Yeah. She's a little bit late because I had to kill FSU IPC7. I just reconnected pack, so it's a little bit late. We still got AIG going. Ever since we left Anchorage, we haven't really seen much. We'll just kill that. Should help us with the frame rates anyways. So far, this is what we've done today. Started in Anchorage, Alaska. Had a lot of rain showers on us when we departed. Made some really pretty clouds during the sunrise. We climbed out of there, took off, and went to Juneau, Alaska. From there, we were supposed to have had some issues. The ceilings were supposed to be 800 feet. Turned out to be beautiful clear skies at Microsoft. I don't know how that happens, but so we landed there, had no issues, and then took off from Juneau, shot it on down to Sitka, Alaska. Nice short little 33-minute flight, and then from there, Sitka over to Ketchikan, and then from Ketchikan, now we're on our way to Portland. So, just curious from y'all, what do y'all use for flight planning software, or flight tracking software, rather? Do y'all use Volanta, or do you use SimToolkit Pro? I've always had performance issues with SimToolkit. It's like it messes with my sim quite a bit. I'm not sure why, but every time I use it, I get a lot of issues. So Zach, do you have FS Dream Team's Portland Airport? Frog Gaming, hello, welcome aboard to the Wrong Side Simulations channel, bringing you the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. As I'm sure the right seat probably disgusts some simmers out there. I strive to be a little different. But Frog, thanks so much for coming to hang out with us. Hope you enjoy the content. We are currently passing through 30,000 feet on our climb up to flight level 370 en route to Portland. This is our 4th leg of the day. We've flown a couple legs in we flew 1 in the Airbus, and then 2 in the 737-700 cargo variant. And now we're back in the Airbus. And then after this, looks like we're going to be flying Portland over to Reno, Nevada. Long day of flying. So Wes, CI stands for cost index. Basically, the higher the number, the faster you fly. And the scale is from 0 to 999. Although most airlines are not going to go any higher than 125. At least at my company, we don't go any higher than 125. So CI, it's kind of a tactical. It's a tactical product per se. You can use CI for a multitude of different things. So like if we're just trying to save fuel, say like I don't know, let's do this one. We'll go to the fuel prediction page, and we see this estimated fuel on board. This is our estimated fuel on arrival. Let's say this number is a little low. Like in this airplane, 5.5 is about the lowest that we would want to land with. If this number was kind of skirting that, then maybe we want to save some gas, so we could slow down to CI 0. That'll fly slower and save gas. We can also flip that and say like, all right, we've got some thunderstorms rolling into Portland, and we want to give some more time for that weather to move out of the way, so we can fly CI 0, slow down, and give that weather a little more time to get out of the way and allow ATC to absorb whatever constraints that causes. Now let's say that like we got out of Ketchikan a little bit late, and we want to make up time. We can increase the CI to 99, which is usually like about the fastest that airlines will usually put it at. And we can fly a faster CI or a higher CI, fly faster and make up a little bit of time. So it's just, it's one of those kind of a tactical things. Let's say like the inbound flight into Ketchikan landed a few minutes late, and now we're going to be pushing on time. Or hell, let's say that 3 flights ago, the flight out of Anchorage left a little bit late, and that has delayed the line of flying for our aircraft for the rest of the day. Well, the dispatcher can plan the flight at CI 99. Each flight gets planned at CI 99, and incrementally through each flight, as long as no further delays happen, time gets made up throughout the day on that line of flying. So it's basically just a way to speed up, slow down, tactically, however need be for whatever scenario. It's pretty often that, like, I don't know, let's say that there's a delayed flight in our gate. Ops would call dispatch and say, hey, I just want to let y'all know, gate C9, which is where I'll be parking in Portland, gate C9 is going to be occupied when flight 24 gets there. Can you ask them to slow down? Sure. So the dispatcher would send an ACARS message to the crew and say, hey, got an aircraft that's down on maintenance in your gate. They're expecting you might have to wait for your gate to open up. Please fly CI 0 to allow more time. Because we would rather aircraft fly slower and be airborne a little bit longer than land and have to wait on a gate, because once you land, you're ready to get off the damn airplane. And if you have to land and then wait 30 minutes for your gate, then everybody gets pissed off and tensions run a little high. So that's another way that we can use CI 0 to slow the aircraft down, to allow whatever is causing the blockage in the gate to be alleviated. CI. So CI, again, the higher the number, the faster the plane flies. But also, you have to keep in mind length of flight. So if you're flying a pretty short flight, and you're trying to go up to, I don't know, like let's say it's a 45-minute flight, but you're trying to go up to 37,000 feet. Well, to fly CI, the higher the CI, the more shallow the climb is going to be, because the aircraft is going to have to sacrifice pitch attitude to maintain fastest speed possible. So the aircraft is going to pitch. It's like we're flying CI 99 right now, so we're pretty close to the red line. So the aircraft is going to have a more shallow pitch to be able to maintain this faster speed, because with a higher CI, we're prioritizing speed over climb rate. Now, if I wanted to, climb faster, I can lower the CI, and the aircraft will be able to climb a little bit faster because it can now sacrifice speed for climb rate. So just a few different little things you have to take in consideration. Now for, like, just as an example, from a planning perspective, if I'm planning like Orlando to Lauderdale, it's a pretty short flight. It's roughly 35-40 minutes depending on the direction the airport's taking off and landing. If that flight's a little bit behind schedule, and I'm putting it at CI 99, I'm going to put it at a lower cruising altitude than I would if I were flying at a slower CI, just because the fact that it's having to make a more shallow climb, it's not going to have as much time to be able to cruise. So it may not even be able to make the cruise if we put it too high. So at CI 99 for that flight, I'm probably going to put it like 19,000, 21,000 feet. At a more normal CI, like CI 16, 15, you know, somewhere on the lower end of the spectrum, then I can start putting it up to like 23, 25,000 feet, something like that. So things that, as a dispatcher and you get experience, you kind of get a feel for that kind of thing. But also, that's kind of an area that Flight Sim really helped me out, is being able to see the difference in the climb gradient from like CI 0 or CI 15 compared to CI 99. So if I wanted to slow the airplane down, so let's say like, all right, we've been in CI 99 for a little bit now. I'm still not seeing Zach on the ND, but let's say like we want to slow down. Watch this. We'll blow this up so you can see it. We're going to come down here to the McDo, and I want you to watch. It's not going to be a whole lot, but I want you to watch this magenta caret. Once I go to a knit, and I change the CI back to, let's just say 0, real quick. Like, this is actually going to probably drop quite a bit. Let's go CI 0. Bam! Look at that. Dropped about 35 knots, although we're in Mach right now. Alright, now say we want to put it back up to 60. Insert, and bam, look at that. Went back up. But your speed is going to be affected based off of your weight and the atmospheric conditions that you're flying in, altitude and all that kind of stuff. So like at CI 60, I'm going to be flying, I don't know, let's say Mach 7-9. But Zach, who might be heavier, might be lighter, might be flying higher, might be flying lower, CI 60 for him will be a different speed than me. So there we go. So he is also at Mach 7-9. So our weights might be similar. Alright, in 10 miles we're crossing Doug's. I'm going to do a fuel check at Doug's just to see how our fuel's doing after going CI 99. So we're flying faster than what was planned for a little while. That's going to eat into our fuel, our extra fuel. So knowing that, once we cross Doug's, I need to do a fuel check and just kind of have a situational awareness on my fuel. So at Doug's, fuel is supposed to be roughly 13.4. And we're currently sitting at just about 13.4. So we're right on target with our fuel, even though we flew a little bit faster for a little bit longer. But now, the longer the flight, the more CI affects your flight. So, you know, if like, if somebody, I don't know, let's say that operations calls me as a dispatcher and like, hey, flight 24 is going to have to wait for their gate for 20 minutes, can you slow them down? Yeah, but if they're like already, you know, 100, 200 miles away, like there's not a lot of flight left, slowing them down is not going to make much of a difference. It might save a minute at most, maybe 2 minutes. But now if it's a transcon and it's a long flight and the flight just took off and operations calls me and like, hey, when they get here we're expecting that this other flight that's really delayed is going to be in their gate, they're probably going to have to hold, can you slow them down? Well, if we can slow them down like 4.5 hours in advance, then yeah, like we can save quite a bit of time and quite a bit of gas too. So the longer the flight, the more CI affects that flight. Between Henry and Doug's was a little rough. Gotcha. I haven't really noticed anything on mine, but I've been talking. Got that gift of gab and chatting too much. Default senior. Okay. I know Alaska has a cargo apron to the. Actually, I need to pull up my charts for Portland. So right now, Portland is landing. RNAV X-ray, runway 28 left. 28 left is what we're going to want. I think that's what SimBrief has. I've noticed that SimBrief's been doing okay for airports that have an ATIS. I've noticed that it's been planning the runways that the ATIS is reporting. So I wonder if they've like gotten SimBrief to do that. They've programmed it that way. And if so, I would like for our software at work to do that. That'd be nice. Alright, let's see. So in Portland, I want to say this ramp is a cargo ramp for Alaska. So that's probably where you're going to want to go. With my scenery, it's gate 99 or cargo ramp 99, which they don't have FS Dream teams. I'll be parking at Charlie 9, which is around over here. Gates and coordinates. It doesn't show the cargo ramp. Yeah, I'll be parking at Charlie 9. Oh yeah, that's right. I've gotten so like, I've flown Alaska so many times a day that my brain is nothing but Alaska right now. My apologies for being such idiots. What a moron. I think my phone's still on. My phone was at 2% because I didn't plug it in the other day for the last stream. Yeah, still going. And there's the doggo. One of the doggos, and you got the other one over there. And then the fourth one is in, or the third one's in bedroom. Alright guys, give me just a sec, and I'm gonna go grab my other beer. Probably use the bathroom real quick. And go ahead and feed the dogs, because I gotta feed them at 5, so we're not too far from that. And then I'll be right back. We'll keep this little adventure going. Alright, we back. At least for a few. Girlfriend's gonna be getting off work here shortly. And calling me like she does every day when she gets off work. And I got another beer. And the weather looks like shit outside. Congo line, northeast of Victoria, Canada. Oh, okay, let's see. I don't see necessarily a Congo line. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's fun, like when you see Congo lines, it's almost like, alright, who's streaming? There's a bunch of folks following streamers. Portland to Indy. Who is Watt? Who's WAT? I hate when people don't put pictures on their Volanta. Because, like, I don't know who WAT is, but if you... Maybe it's WestJet or something. But if you put... No, it's not. I think there's something different. But if they did, I'd know who it was. I went through and kind of purged all my aircraft. Any ones I don't really use. Compiled the flights into other airplanes. Like I had like 7 or 8 Spirit airplanes. I took them all out and compiled them to that too. Those two. Look at that. 101 flights. Spirit. This one can go. And this one can go. I have to keep my stuff clean and organized. And as you can tell, I don't leave the United States a whole lot. I think this was recurrent training one year. I just put a couple of flights in the air while doing recurrent training, like just let it go and didn't pay any attention to it until it was almost time to land, which was like way after recurrent training was done. Guayaquil, Lauderdale, it's a Spirit flight. Create a new scene and now I'll wait to do that. Got a radar Omega here, just to look at the weather here in the Orlando area where I live. Just took the dogs outside and it's quite dark to the west. Might have to change my map so I can actually see where my, oh there it is, home. Yeah, so all this to the north and to the west is pretty dark. Starting to rain a little bit, but really it's not all that convective. There's only 2 lightning strikes in it. It's not the worst. More convective to the south. This little cell over here has got a few pops inside of it. Typical Florida weather this time of year. It gets so old. I mean, I love thunderstorms when I'm not at work. Love thunderstorms when I'm not at work. When I'm at work, I'm not fond of them. But I'm ready for wintertime. I'm ready for beers by the fire pit. All that good stuff. Know what I mean? We got a tornado warning in Fairfax, Virginia. Damn, oh yeah, it's got a nice little, you can, I don't know if Dustin's watching or not. Dustin, if you are, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this to me, blow this up. This to me looks a bit like a nice little hook echo. Where you'd have the rotation, the inflow area through here. You know, a lot of meteorologists can spot using the high-res correlation coefficient debris in the air, but I still don't know what the hell debris in the air looks like on this thing. We got the echo tops. It's up there pretty good. 36,000 foot tops. Probably be higher down in Florida. That one by my house. My house is right here. 54,000 foot tops. Definitely a much more tropical, convective environment. I would imagine in Virginia, they're already seeing fall-like conditions. But I do enjoy looking at tornado hook radar, whatever, signatures. Kind of cool. Just like one little cell. Doesn't look like that big of a deal. Causing the tornado. Anyways, to you fine folks that are still hanging out and watching, cheers. It is now 5:05. It is 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, so that means it is beer time, even though I'm already one in. Appreciate the hell out of y'all. Thank you for coming and hanging out on this long day of flying. Your, what's it called? That's right. That's right. As soon as I saw Dangly, I knew exactly who you're referencing. Ryan Hall, y'all. Little Dangly Bits is what he calls it. It's crazy, too. Like, I learned about Ryan Hall through folks in the chat. And it's crazy just how many, like, flight simmers follow weather stuff. That's why, so, Zach, if you enjoy weather shit like that, you would love Dispatch, because Dispatch is airplanes and weather. Like, at its core, airplanes and weather. So give it some thought. Zach, where do you live? You can always try to see what kind of flight schools are around you and that kind of stuff. I know you've been hanging out with me for a while, so you know that I'll help you out any way that I can. Pays pretty good in dispatch. Kentucky, okay. So I don't know I have no idea who's close to. I gotta start watching my mouth. I don't know how many youngins are watching, although I do mark my streams as not for children. I got a pretty bad mouth. I try to tighten it up at work, but it doesn't really work very good. I'm the same way. I'll go outside and stare into the sky like a drunk turkey. Oh, stand by, guys. There's my girlfriend. Alright. But yeah, so I'll be outside staring into the sky, mouth wide open. Whoa. It's funny because whenever I was young, I was absolutely terrified of thunderstorms. Thought every time I heard thunder, there was a tornado. And now, I love thunderstorms. Where? This guy just put out GSX profile for Dulles and DCA. So I just picked those up. I'm not gonna worry about Bogota. Is there third party? Oh, okay, yeah. There's third party airport scenery for Bogota. I'm gonna have to pick that up because that is one of my company stations. Double T. Profile includes all gates turned. Interesting. I love photographing lightning, cool storm clouds. I'll have to send you some. And just okay, yeah, shoot them to me. I got some myself. I think you were here on the last stream, but I was showing off a hyperlapse that I took while I was at the beach. I got an even better one than what I showed from Daytona a few years ago. Go back. Oh, so this is the same guy that made Anchorage and Portland. I wish somebody would make scenery for Calgary. Calgary is like the Texas of Canada. They have the Calgary Stampede every year. And it's like right at the base of the mountains. I think it would make for a pretty approach. I haven't seen any Calgary third-party scenery. Okay, yeah. I've actually... I'm going to show y'all that. I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to show y'all some cool stuff. Shit, can I even... Yeah, I got the... I rearranged and redid some stuff in my OBS. I used to have it to where it was just like showed my desktop and I could like move anything in and out, but now I've changed some of that. I wasn't sure what I could do. But, let's see. Definitely show you, I got a departure. Actually, I have both video of landing and taking off out of Bogota. Don't remember exactly when I went. It's flying into Houston. Flew to Houston for the Houston Rodeo. Those are alligators. There it is. Alright, let's see. So all this stuff is going to be Bogota. And remind me to turn up Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm about to turn it down so y'all can hear some of this stuff. Alright, so this is just kind of cruising over the Caribbean. The water's super pretty down there, some remote airport. Now we're getting into Colombia, I believe. Yep. Some cloud layers, whatever. Beautiful river just cutting through all the mountains. I think this was September of that year, so still a fair amount of convective activity around. Trying to get to the good stuff. So it was, I guess, breast cancer awareness. So this is a buddy of mine, Hunter. He had on pink epaulets for breast cancer awareness. This was actually a training flight because Bogota is a special use airport, so you have to have a Czech airman ride down with you and sign you off for it. There's like somewhat remote places down in Bogota or down in Colombia. So I think here, I'm not really sure what is. Oh, I think he's looking at weather. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, 'cause he's got terrain on his ND, and the right seat pilot's got weather on his. I don't know what they're. Usually when I got their hand rested like that, they're usually in heading mode, and they're kind of steering the plane around some build-ups and stuff like that in heading mode. Already established on the ILS. Got glide slope localizer. Flaps 2. This might be the landing. Look at the mountains in the background. Mountains are huge down there. Oops. Go back. Gear down. So see if they do it. I'm pretty sure he does. So when he goes gear down, watch his left hand's gonna, if I catch it, he'll go gear down, arm spoilers, and you'll notice that whenever I'm doing that, when I go gear down or gear up, that's when I arm or disarm spoilers as well. Gear down, and you arm the spoilers. And this is how I learn what I learned. Plus, I ask questions. It's from the airport. Here's the landing, I guess. Should be. Telling you, those mountains are freaking huge. Let's try and turn my camera around. You can see he's hitting the timer for the 3-minute engine cooldown. So once you come out of reverse, he may have already started a few seconds early. Actually, he went reverse idle, and that's when he hit it. Some 787, 737 MAX. I believe this is before all the MAX accidents. The Avianca Colombian pilots were waving at us, so I was waving back. They're nice. You can see he's trying to time that APU startup just right. The APU is starting up as we're pulling into the gate to burn the minimal amount of fuel. Being that I am streaming single pilot, I usually go ahead and start it. Look at that. It just kicked on right before parking. But anyways, but I'll go ahead and start mine as soon as we come off the room wait, because I don't have help to do all the other stuff. It's Copa 73 Max. $787. I guess they're doing some engine work. It's pretty cool. They got like a little tent to go over the engine to keep them cool while they're working on the engine. I've never seen that before. Some CBs. That's definitely some CBs. Little tidbit: as a pilot, never fly under the anvil. That's where the hail is usually at. And I think it's on the climb out from Bogota. I do have the takeoff. In fact, I think I published a video of the takeoff on my channel. Squeezing between a couple clouds. Look at that shit. Got to build up here, build up here. We're popping through the gap. We've got this other CB ahead, having to deviate around. Some damn manual labor there. Raking up grass. That sucks. Thought that was weird. And this is headed back out. I think this is Valeris. Coming in from Mexico. Yep. No, Interjet. Okay. I think it's still Mexican though. Nice. Bianca with their CFMs. Top of descent, 80 miles. Okay. Let's see, where am I at? I need to start setting up for the arrival. $8.6 now on the gas, with 45 minutes of extra. Okay. He's rocking on out. Then we'll take the runway after this dude lands. I think this is the takeoff. Listen to these IAE engines roar. Toga takeoff. Yeah, I got Montego Bay as well, third-party airport. So we can do that. We can we'll do a tech stop in Montego Bay. I don't know when exactly we'll do that. If we can stream tomorrow, depending on what prep me and Shaq have to do for tomorrow night's stream. If I don't have much to do, we can do that stream tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then sometime next time I can stream. Yep, that is Bogota. This is me hanging out in the jump seat. Nothing to see there. Yeah, it's a good time. It was a very educational flight. Learned a lot. Back for the finale, eh? This is only like the fourth leg of the day, and I think we're going to squeeze in another one if we can get on the ground in time. Turn the fasten seatbelt sign off less than 80 miles from top of descent. Alright, something looks weird. Did I not select? I don't think I selected an arrival. ILS 28 left. On the Crater 2. Cool. Flight plan, that's set. RadNav. PDX. Not in the database. Okay. Let's do BTG. Prog page KPDX28 left. Perf. Let's get that perf up in there. Flights. 320 at, nope. 320 at 6. Okay. Temperature 22. 2997. Minimums. The RNAV X-ray. I have to go change that. So that's what they're landing. I'm flying RNAVs all day. 28 left X-ray. Da da da. What VIAs we got? Novia. Hipster. Perfect. Okay. Perf. Minimums are on the LNAV, VNAV. Actually, we'll do the LPV since we got FLS. 309. E59. And the Barrow. Fuel prediction 8.5 on arrival. And secondary flight plan will delete the active. Copy the active, and then let's switch this one over to the ILS just in case we want to fall back on that. Looks good there. Sweet. Fix info KPDX 28 left. 5 mile final range ring, and then the final approach fix or not the final approach fix, but the last fix on the approach, YN or YIN UP. Yin up. Do a radial on that. Uh, 103. Cool. Coming in from the north side. I like it. It's weird they're on single runway though. 10 left to 8 right closed, that's why. Makes sense. So Zach, I'm about 45-50 miles from top of descent. On the ILS push buttons for the FLS. And we're looking good. Move this over here so I won't miss. Bring that down to a manageable hearing level for me. It's kind of deafening in my head. Oh goodness. Lots of prop planes under us. It's okay. They can stay down there. Because we fly high. No lie, we ballin'. I think that's how the song goes. I don't know. Burbank, Portland. My girlfriend sent me a picture of like some kind of nasty looking clouds. Because I told her there was a thunderstorm sitting north of our house. It was topping out about 55,000 feet. And she's like, oh yeah, I see a really big thunderstorm in the distance. It's like really big. I was like, yeah, that'd be the one. So she sent me a picture of just the bottom end of some dark clouds. So I sent her a picture of the flight sim with no context. It's really making me mad that this Top Gun Maverick movie won't play. So Karen, being that you're in Jamaica, I feel like I should tell you, I got a lot of coworkers. I wouldn't say a lot, but I got several coworkers that are from Jamaica. And one thing that's like always amazed me with them is like they'll be speaking English, talking to me or talking to whoever in English, and you can I can understand them perfectly. But then as soon as they talk to another Jamaican, I can't understand nothing. Like the accents get so thick, it's crazy. So like I'll turn to them like, "Yo, Marlon," like one of our Jamaican guys. His name's Marlon. Like, Marlon, what I gotta ask him. I was like, "What language are you speaking?" He's like, "I'm speaking English." I'm like, "Don't sound like English to me." But no, it's just like when Jamaican talks to Jamaican, it's like super thick. It's kind of cool. He's probably working right now. I could shoot him a message. Love Marlon, one of my favorite guys. Holy shit. Zach. These pictures are phenomenal. I don't have a window where I can like show these off. Oh my god, these are... You got a damn water stamp on them and everything. Holy shit, that shelf cloud. Damn. Awesome job, dude. Holy shit, I'm impressed. But the only thing I have that'll suffice to that would be my Daytona hyperlapse, which visually is not nearly as good looking as that, but it does look pretty cool. I'll pull it over whenever I can find it. Oh, went right to it. Yeah, here it is. Pretty gnarly clouds, and what's really cool, and I saw the same in your picture, Zach, is like got this like cloud on the leading edge of the shelf cloud. There's just like a lot of energy in those things. And look at that rotation right there. Look at that. Awesome. There was a tornado warning reported in this line of weather. There's another one. You can actually even see me right there. In this little white Jeep, that's me. Shirtless. Getting something out of the car for Crystal. Haha. Alright, so we have started our descent. There is Mount Rainier. He's so sexy. Let's see. Prog page. Oh, we're about 2,500 feet high. Not sure why, but my frame rates have kind of took a doo-doo. Maybe it's just being over Seattle and shitty handcrafted airport from Sobo. Let's see, what's our initial altitude? 37. Perfect. So I got 4,000 in it. That'll work. And we're about to catch up. Go managed. Just want to track that green dot. It was supposed to. Now it's took a fucking nosedive. Stow those boards. A little rough at 21,000. Roger. I lost my accent since I've been in the States. I no longer live there anymore, though. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's kind of funny because a lot of my coworkers are the same way. Like, they don't have any accent for the most part. I mean, there might be some words that, you know, kind of drag out a different way. But, man, as soon as they talk to another Jamaican, oh my gosh. Like, I can barely understand a word, which I find really cool. Well, yeah, man. And like, so we got this one dispatcher named Paul Wong. He's a black guy, but he's got an Asian name. He's like a black Asian guy. But it's always funny, like when Marlon asks, so Marlon's Jamaican. When Marlon asks Paul a question, Paul will be like, "Yeah, man." But what's funny is he'll tell me, "Yeah, man," too. But in our office, we have such a huge melting pot of different cultures and whatnot. Like we got 2 guys from Africa. We got 1 guy from Europe, 1 guy from Italy who we just hired. And when I say from Italy, I mean like Super Mario Italy. Like every word ends with an A. Let's see. Actually, I haven't met him yet, like face to face. I'll probably be meeting him soon. Let's see who else. Let's see, 2 from Africa, Egypt, Italy, a bunch from Jamaica, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Nicaragua, Bahamas, Haiti, Dominican, United States of America. That's all I could think of. Oh, Ukraine. We got 2 from Ukraine. I mean, just a huge mix of people from all over, which is really cool. Got a gnat in my room. It's pissing me off. Alright, so we got Microsoft Flight Sim. Let's get that sound back up. Music sound back up for a little bit. So Kieran, what first of all, am I even saying your name right? Is it Kieran, Karan? I want to be able to, like, you're always in my chat, so I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. Oh, maybe we're at that 21,000 mark. And hey, look at that, we are 21,000 feet, and we're getting kicked around a bit. Let's get that seatbelt sign on. It is on. Status page check. Checked. Altimeter in Portland. $2,997. Let's check that perf page. Make sure it's all bueno. 2,997 set. 290 at 5 on the winds. Muy bien. So after this, I think we're going to head on over to Reno, and we're going to fly the 737-800. I'm going to swap out my throttle again, but it's okay. It doesn't take very long. Should probably definitely do a sim reset. The simulator has only been running for 6.5 hours with 3 plane swaps. 3004, switch that 2997, 2997, and 2997. Alrighty, approach checklist. Briefing is complete. Approach done by 1,000 feet. AGL. ECM status is checked. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums. 359 MDA is set. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2 are off. Altimeters 299 set. 2997 set. As you can always tell, I've been drinking when I start talking in a rodeo announcer kind of tone. Got a good buddy of mine I grew up with. His dad is a pro rodeo announcer. Lived right down the road from me. Grew up going over to their house and playing guitar under their carport, or like garage. For those of y'all who don't know what a carport is, that's kind of southern talk. But we'd sit out there and play guitar. Him and I actually both had the same exact guitar, which is one of those sitting on that rack, and play a lot of country music. A lot of Justin Moore, Cody Johnson, Chris Ledoux, a little Merle Haggard. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good memories. But when I get to drinking, sometimes, especially when I'm streaming, I can't help but start talking in a rodeo announcer kind of an accent. Where's I know Shaq's flying tonight. Let's see where he's flying. Maybe instead of doing Portland to Reno, maybe we go fly with him as much as we can. I usually start speaking Spanish when I'm drunk. I know minimal amount of Spanish, but I start trying my best. And I don't know why, but my accent always defaults to Mexican because I grew up in Louisiana and all we had were Mexicans. I've never had like Central or South Americans where I grew up. So when I start speaking Spanish, like hola. Buenos días, señor. La cerveza. Uno cerveza. Un cerveza. Something like that. I don't fucking know. So Shakalak. So where'd it go? I know he's got one scheduled. Yeah, that's what Discord's for. Surprise him by jumping into a stream. I guess maybe he doesn't have one scheduled. I thought he had one scheduled for tonight, but I guess he don't. Oh, am I picking up the homing? No. It's picking up the Portland. Oh wait, that's right. For the FLS, we don't need to draw out an extended center line because it does it for us. So we'll clear this out. We don't need that many lines. I'm gonna try to catch up a little bit with Zach, and let's go. Hopefully nobody in ATC jumps on. Let's go direct hipster. Alt star. Oh yeah, we're gonna catch up a little bit. Top descent, 15 miles. Alt. We're gonna hang out here at 10.5, which is a VFR altitude, but you know nobody knows, so it's okay. And we're gonna try to gain a little bit of speed on Senor Zacko. Dude, Zach, they're like the perfect pilot, given all the pi reps. Pretty solid layer at 7,000 feet. Roger that. Thank you, sir. What is your temperature at 7,000 feet? That's the question. Is it icing conditions? Is it something that I care about or something that I don't? Oh, Discord's got an update. Cool. Let's update that. Again, nothing to see here. You know, just cruising at a VFR altitude. Let's see if I can figure out who my other subscribers were today. I'm sure they're probably not still watching, but don't want to be an asshole. FedEx, this is Alaska 24. We're coming for you. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. We're coming. No homo. Alert box. Nope. Where do I go for alerts on this thing? Analytics, maybe? No. Recent events, that's probably it. Peter, if you're still watching, I don't know if you are, highly doubt it. It's been a long day of flying, but if you are the one who subscribed while I was trucking down the runway in Anchorage, and even though it's quite a day late and a dollar short to do so, my friend, thank you so much for subscribing. Greatly appreciate your support, and happy that I've been able to earn your subscription, and hope to see you in the chat. And thank you very much appreciated. These damn mother mowing these down like Utah Beach on D-Day. Bastards. I know enough Spanish to get thrown out of the same bar in Tijuana twice in about 30 minutes. Oh, dude, I bet Tijuana is wild. I'm kind of scared to go to Mexico, to be honest, because I'm a gringo. When I was in the Air Force, we were absolutely like straight up banned from going to Mexico because of the cartel. It was that bad. I don't know if it's still that bad, but beautiful sight of Mount St. Oh, okay. What did I say? Mount Rainier? Mount St. Helen is somewhere else in the world, ain't it? That was Mount Rainier I passed. Mount St. Helens. No, it's in Washington State. Shit. You right. I'm wrong. I'm not a volcanologist. That's what they're called. Now, as dispatchers, that's another thing that we do. We do contact volcanologists when we have volcanic issues, volcanic activity. Very common for us to have issues down in like oh wow, we're about to be doing the same. Portland traffic, Alaska 24. We turn in the right base for runway 28 left as well in roughly 9 miles. Portland. Yeah, that's I know that much. But I I'm really bad. One of my coworkers, George, is from Guadalajara. And I know Guadalajara has some badass Mexican rodeos, and I would love to go to a legit Mexican, like smaller town, whatever type, like authentic Mexican rodeo. The way that they ride bulls is way different than we ride bulls here in the States. Like, oh, we got another dude up ahead of us. Oh, that's him. Okay. Zach, so we got you at our 12 o'clock. About to cross Hipster, so we'll come in behind you. And FedEx, this is Alaska 24. We got you at our 12 o'clock, about to cross Hipster. We're going to turn on the downwind, and we'll come in behind you. We'll maintain visual separation. All right, let's cut it. Or 105. Hey, FedEx, what's your current speed? Copy that. Alt star. Alright, let's slow it down to 210. Give us flap 1 speed. Give him some space. But yeah, so like, I went to a bullfight once. No shit. I thought one was gonna come up in the stands, dude. In Tampa, like a week or two ago, at a rodeo, bull jumped the gate. Actually, jumped 2 gates. Did we go fight? Yeah, we did. Jumped 2 gates. And he didn't go up in the stands. Alright, so we'll go ahead and start making that turn now. But it was pretty wild. Like, people actually surprisingly weren't really freaking out. and he kind of went about 270 degrees around the perimeter of the arena, and I can't remember what the dude's called for bull riding. Dude on horseback with rope in case you can't get the bull back back where he's supposed to go. But anyways, like with 2 gates in front of him, threw that rope and headed that bull, and like kept him and dallied off and kept him at a standstill until they were able to get him back to where he was supposed to go and to keep the crowd safe. And we've already passed the localizer. Alright, let me shut up and do this. 283. If I don't, I'm gonna keep zigzagging. Alright, let's go direct hipster. Get the airplane on the LNAV VNAV path so it can calculate what it's supposed to do. We're on an 18-mile final. Portland traffic, Alaska 24, turning final. Currently 17 miles. Runway 28 left. Portland. On that approach mode. But for those of y'all who've never seen a Mexican rodeo, oh yeah, nice. We got 10 miles space. We are good. So you know, in the States, they're in the chute. They get on, get the hand in the air, come out of the chute, and hang on for 8 seconds. In Mexico, they just stand on the gate and they drop down with no hands. And just drop down on the bull, put their legs, hold on with their legs, keep both hands in the air, and they go as long as they can. It's not even like a time limit. It's crazy. That sounds like a damn good time to me. Mariachi band, Modelo, Corona, Margaritas, and whatever Mexican food. I don't even care, except for refried beans. I'm not a refried bean person. But give me all the enchiladas, all the tacos, all the nachos, all the fajitas, all the, what's that shit called? Mocalete? I don't know. All I know is I'm all about it. 4,000, missed approach altitude is 4,000. Portland traffic, Alaska 24, 11 mile final. Runway 28 left. Portland. Here we go. Trailing in right behind Senor Zacharo. Zaccato. I'm just trying to make it sound Spanish. Temperature is 16, so I don't care about that. I wish that would shut up. I don't know. We're established on the final. It shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to throw out a little bit of spoilers. Help us slow down just a tad. Stow the boards and go flaps 2. Slow it down to 170. Portland traffic, Alaska 24, 6 mile final, runway 28 left. Portland. I don't know. It should not be doing that. Alright, there's 5 miles. Let's go. Manage speed. Gear down. Arm spoilers. Flaps 3. And flaps full. Landing checklist. Cabin crew is advised. Auto thrust speed. Auto brakes low. EQM landing all green. Landing checklist is complete.
$1,000.
1,000 feet stable my aeroplane. Definitely need to do a sim reset. Airplane or the sim's getting a little clunky. Nothing to see here. Just gonna take a sip of beer while we're on approach.
500.
Mm-hmm.
400.
400.
100 above.
100 above. Sounds British.
Minimum.
Minimum. God, we're quite a bit to the left. Correcting.
200.
Damn.
100.
Glide slow.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Five.
Yas Queen. Spoilers, reverse green and decel. Not bad for drinking. Portland traffic, Alaska 24, stand by. Where are we at? Clear runway 28 left, back taxiing 21 for taxiway Bravo, whoever we are, Portland. God, this frame rate's turning to shit. Yep. Frames have gone doo-doo. Alrighty, after landing checklist, exterior lights are set, flaps are retracted, TCAS standby, engine mode selector, normal ground spoilers are disarmed, radar temperature off. After landing checklist is complete. Alright, we are parked. APU is available. Shut down 2 and 1. Deboard, get off. Alrighty. Parking checklist, slides, disarmed, engines off, seatbelts off, exterior lights set, ice protections off, fuel pumps off, yellow electric pump is off, chalk signal received, parking brake is on. Parking checklist is complete. Alright guys, so we're going to make this quick. I am going to I'm going to restart the sim. Actually, so just real quick, that landing was, because I don't want to do like a little debrief or whatever. That landing was negative 89 feet per minute. I'll take it. So we're going to reset the sim, jump into 737-800. I'm going to swap out my throttle again, and head on over to Reno. Trying to get this done while we're pushing it on time. So give me just a few, be right. Did my camera die? I guess it did. Yep, camera's dead. Just in time. Whatever. Sorry, wrong button. Alright, so I'm going to be right back. And Zach, if you want to fly, we're going to go Portland to Reno. If you got shit to do, totally understand, because I'm pushing on time myself. So, see y'all in just a few minutes. Alright, well, as if that didn't take long enough. Here we are for the 5th leg of the day. And obviously the final leg of the day. Or maybe it's not, who knows? No, it will be. Cool, so we're not going to dilly-dally too much. Want to be able to complete this flight before the girlfriend gets home. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get the APU on. Cruising on 33. Alright, so our fuel load is going to be 18.9. Payload, 0 fuel weights, 133. Let's just make it 134. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, PDX. And we're going to head on over to Reno, Nevada. We are Alaska, flight 25. Starting off runway 28 left, 28 right is closed. Departing off Cascade 2. Poly transition. Barb J5. To Hart. On the Hart 1 arrival. And we're going to plan ILS. Got quite a few options here. How about ILS Zulu? Transition at Livgi. Perfect. Legs. Just check through here. Got a vector. Perfect. Like it. Climb. Going up to 330. Perf, 0 fuel weight, 134.0, reserve fuel, 3.8, cost index, 99. Let's see, cruise winds, 212 at 36. Outside air temperature is minus 45. N1, let's go flexing 52. Climb 1, take off. Flaps, we'll go 15. CG of 25.5. V2 of 144. Flight directors are on. Top altitude on the Cascade. Just reading the chart. I don't see a type of climb altitude. We'll just go with, let's go with 9,000. Apologies for the dogs in the background. They like to bark at literally everything. Alright, let's go traffic, PV, radio, terrain, traffic, and PV, radio. And current altimeter in Portland, 2996. All that is set, just in case we need it. Departure heading for 2A left is 283. Don't know why VNAV wouldn't work if we have our weights in there. And we're on a SID. Whatever. Stupid Airbus or Boeing shit. Compared to Airbus, which is beautifully thought out airplane. So as of right now, we're running AIG traffic, just to give the airport a little more life. Say shit going on in that sim. Jamar Woodson, thank you so much, my friend, for subscribing. I appreciate the support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Welcome to the Wrong Side Simulations channel, where we bring you all the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. Pretty much the only channel flying from the right seat as far as I know. But nonetheless, man, thank you so much for finding my content worthy of the subscription. Hope I've earned it. And overall, just thank you. Welcome to the channel. We'll get rid of these stupid frickin' no, it's just AIG. Nope, just restart. Let's go. It's dogs, man. This is one more reason why I do prefer the Phoenix over PMDG. Is it's got quite a bit better automation with the doors and such. We want to go nose to the right. We got Southwest passing behind us. Other than that, we're ready to get rid of them chalks and get the hell out of here. Like pulling teeth. Alright, here we go. That's pretty good, Drew. Cool, nobody's behind us. Oh my god, dude. I'm in a rush. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm screwing up. I'm trying to get this last leg in before girlfriend gets home. So for anybody new just joining us, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Blake. I am a real-world flight dispatcher, or dispatch manager at my airline, to be a little more accurate. But nonetheless, I am a real-world flight dispatcher, and in my company we fly Airbus. I am far more versed in the Airbus. When flying the Airbus, I'm doing flows, checklists, briefings, the whole 9 yards. I don't know much of shit about the 737. I can fly it just as well as any casual simmer, and that's about as good as it's going to get. So bear with me as I try my best with this airplane. We've already done a couple legs in it today. I handled myself pretty well in it earlier. Hopefully we can do the same on this leg, but we're not off to a great start. Alright, good start on both. We'll go flaps 15. Okay, and stop making that damn noise. Oh, I wonder if I need to change anything. Yeah, flap lever. Okay. Let's see. We got flaps 15. Oh, that's why. Beep. Yep. Take off. All right. Let's see. Flaps 15. Green light. RTO. Trim 4.0 is set. Then the TA. And I think we are good enough to go. I don't know if I filed this flight plan. Thanks, lady. Alright, we are connected to that sim. Portland traffic, Alaska 25. Let's taxi in Tango, Bravo 28 left. Portland. Now the bigger question is, we're not going to know who is AIG and who is VATSIM. But we got traffic, so that's cool. Flight controls, check. Full up. Full down, neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral rudder. Full left and full right. Flight controls check is complete. I think that's AIG ahead of me because I don't see anybody on the map. Seven hours and 35 minutes on this stream. Whoa. Forgot all about that. Just gonna do a taxi by. Oh, that's the Alaska Disney one or whatever. Get a little cinematic flight controls check. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Full left. Full right. That's not normal. Oh, now he wants to move. Alright, we'll see if we can let him go. And he's like, oh wait, no. You can go after me, son. You sit over there in the holding pad like a Cessna. Portland traffic, Alaska 25 is lining up. Runway 28 left, going to be departing the airspace to the south. Portland. Clear on approach, clear down the runway. Alright, there's 283 on the heading. Here we go. That might actually be VATSIM. That guy. Portland traffic, Alaska 25 departing runway 28 left, exit airspace to the south. Portland.
Positive rate of climb.
Portland traffic, Alaska 25 is clear, runway 28 left, exit airspace to the east. Final call, Portland. Yeah, that guy wasn't showing up on my on Volanta, and then once I took the runway, boop, popped up. So I think that was a real dude that was sitting in the holding pad. Acceleration altitude. Flaps 5. Flaps up. Oh wait, shit. I wasn't on 22.8 this whole time. Yeah, what a fucking rookie I am. PNW, I don't know what call sign that is. And now I read the chat. 2 others on VATSIM, PNW 118 in front of you. Damn it. I'm an asshole. Where is our... it's 27. Oops. Let's take it up to 33. And there is 10,000. So what call sign is PNW? Northwest? Huh. No, that's NWA. Let's say, I knew that wasn't it. Pacific Northwest? Oh, that's them new folks. I think it flies the 7.5s. Call sign Northwest. Current fleet 330s, 220s on order, 737-800, 737-900s, 777-300, 787. I ain't never heard of these folks. Pacific Northwest Airlines is a subsidiary of Avia Air that is based in Vancouver, British Columbia, and Seattle, Washington. The airline celebrating the Pacific Northwest Maritime and the arrival. Never heard of these folks. Palestinian airline? Are you thinking PIA? Pacific Northwest 118. This is Alaska 25. Are you on frequency? Hey, buddy. I was making my call outs while we were on the ground, and then I realized once I got off that I was not on 22.8. So my apologies for cutting you off there on the taxiway. Anytime. Alex, what is going on, my friend? Welcome aboard. Welcome to Wrong Side Simulations. Bring the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat, where nobody else flies, because everybody wants to be the captain and make that money. I prefer quality of life and my choice of schedule being a senior FO. Well, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you for coming to hang out with us. This is our 5th leg of the day. Oh, is it really? So Zach, I'm looking at some website and it says, oh, they got, sorry, PNA. That was PNW. I don't know. So I guess 7 hours and 47 minutes is where my brain finally falls apart and I can't do anything anymore. Interesting. Palestinian Airlines. I think I see what you're. Yeah, ICAO PNW is Palestinian Airlines. IATA PF. It's Palestinian. Okay. Wait. Homeboy responded when I said Pacific Northwest, so I'll take it. Who the hell is G-Hell A320? There's a new spot in SimBrief for G-Hell A320 FMGS. No idea what that is, so we're going to look it up. G-Hell FMGS Advanced Aircraft Simulations. A professional full-featured A320 avionic cockpit suite for Lockheed. They can't spell Lockheed. They spelled it Lockheed. Lockheed Martin P3D and Microsoft Flight Simulator X. So it's some old shit. Well, we are on our way nonetheless. Pretty terrible departure and getting out and all that stuff, but we're on the way. Oh, we got Oakland Center, so we'll have some ATC to talk to once we get down into the neck of the woods of Reno. Well, I hope everybody's having a great Monday night. Congratulations, you made it over the first shitty day of the week. Let's pull up Reno's ATIS. Ooh, currently winds 280 at 16, gusting 22, half mile visibility, smoke, overcast at 2100, temperature 25, dew point 9, altimeter 30.02. Shit. And then you got lightning distant to the east, smoke creating an overcast layer 2100 feet. ILS runway 16 right is in use. Landing departing runway 16 right, 16 left. Approaches and parallel runways in use. Ensure correct runway alignment. Da 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 da. Fun. So we got holy shit. So we're gonna have winds 280 at 16, gusting 22 with half mile visibility due to smoke. I sure hope the flight sim can render that, because it sure let us down earlier today. Let us down big time earlier today. Well, so I guess to prep for this landing, I should go grab another beer. So stand by. I'm going to go get a beer. Oh yeah, dude, we are in for the win. We've got Sierra Nevada Wild Little Thing Slightly Sour Ale. By Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. And we got Star Crunch. We are ready. No. No. My dog's over here, like, you can barely see her. Let me turn the light on. Yeah, we're trying to get my Star Crunch. She ain't getting no Star Crunch fools. Chocolate will make you sick. Oh my god. Oh, that was disgusting. So, the Star Crunch halfway melted when we were leaving the beach. And so I put it in the fridge so it could like re-solidify. Well, I guess like some condensation got in there or some shit. Oh, and one side of it is like wet and soggy. That was disgusting. Oh. Alright, we got a fresh Star Crunch. It has not been refrigerated, it is not halfway melted. God, that was fucking gross. The texture was terrible. Ugh. I'm gonna do y'all a favor and shut my mic off while I'm eating this so I don't gross y'all out. Zach, I'm gonna pull that reaction up myself. It wasn't that much of a reaction, but it was kind of funny. Oh, it's gross. Should just give that one to the. If it wasn't chocolate, it wouldn't make my dog sick. I'd just give that to her. Turn this turbo ass sound off. I need to steal Shaq's playlist and just play his shit. Which I think ain't nothing but a playlist off YouTube. Some copyright free shit off YouTube. Starting to hit my breaking point, I think. I've done more flights than this in the past, though. I have streamed for, I think, up to 9.5 hours. Started in Denver, went to Vegas, Albuquerque, Dallas, Love, Atlanta, Orlando. And also did all that in reverse in the past, too. Today, I'm struggling. Hey, buddy boy. You can't have none. Got 3 dogs in the house. Damn. Girlfriend's on her way home already. Shit, she usually ain't on her way home until 7:30. Alright. To be able to finish this flight and not have to hear no bullshit from her, I'm gonna go throw some dishes in the dishwasher real quick, and I'll be right back with y'all. I have to do my, like, she hates coming home to like nasty house, although every one of those dishes is hers. So not hear no bullshit, I'm gonna go take care of her dishes so I can finish this stream, finish this flight. So give me just a few minutes and be right back. Alright, shit. Sorry, guys. Gotta do my due diligence. So as not to deal with any BS, you know what I mean? I'm already probably going to hear it that, because tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, me and Shaq will be streaming our shared cockpit flight during the VATSIM event from JFK to Pittsburgh and back. I didn't know there was an event, but that's what Shaq told me. So, she's going to come home today. I'm going to be on my computer. She's going to come home tomorrow. I'm going to be on my computer, so I'm already going to hear shit about that. When I do hear shit about it, I'm going to light her ass up. I don't want to hear that shit. And grown-ass woman, quit being so damn codependent. Grow up. And I'm going to tell her everything but the grow up part. But I will light her ass up. I get tired of hearing that shit. So, I'm just doing the little bit that I can to hear a little bit less. Holy balls. Okay. Reno winds 280, 14, gusting 20, quarter mile visibility. We gotta find us an approach that is a Cat 3. It's not really a Cat 3. RVRs 35 to 4,000. Smoke, overcast 1800, temperatures 24, dew point 9, altimeter's 3002. Lightning, distant to the east, smoke. Interesting. I don't think they have anything down to a Cat 3. And legally, if it's reporting a quarter mile and they don't have that approach, we can't even attempt it. But it's smoke, so I would imagine it's going to be varying quite a bit. They have any kind of, I mean, shit, it's the desert. It's super dry. Like, I'm sure they don't have a Cat 3. Let's see what they're doing in real life. So if it's 35, RVR is 3,500 varying to 4,000, that's still above a Cat 1. So we actually do have the visibility for this approach. So for the ILS Zulu, runway 16 right, RVR 2,400. And it's above that. Let's pull up live RVRs. RVR look. Continue. Reno table. Oh wow. So they've only got RVR's reporting on the touchdown point for 16 right, which is at 4,000 as we speak. So just to show you all the stuff that I'm looking at. So this is live RVR report website, whatever you want to call it, rvr.data.faa.gov. And as of right now, touchdown. So typically with RVRs, you got 3 reporting points. You got touchdown, midpoint, and rollout. And they've only got the touchdown for runway 16 right reporting. If we did somewhere like Atlanta, so they got all of it: touchdown, midpoint, rollout, all greater than 6,000. Obviously, that's in the southeast where it's a bit more humid and you'll get more obscuration development. And then, like flight radar, see what they're doing here. American 319 went in, looks like no problems. Southwest is proceeding. What's this guy doing? Oh wow. So this guy is diverting to Sacramento. Long Beach to Reno and the max 8. Embraer 145. They're going to be capable of probably a Cat 2 at best. It's weird this guy's version. I mean, it's still above a Cat 1. Let's see what SkyWest does. They're in the Embraer. And this is part of what we do in dispatch. We watch other inbounds. So we'll obviously take note of what other inbounds do, but keeping in mind aircraft type. All airlines have their own SOPs and are approved for different things. SkyWest is might be only approved for, like, say, a Cat 2, whereas in my company we're approved for Cat 3B autolens. So you know, there's different limitations like that, but we definitely watch the other inbounds and see what they're doing to try to determine what can happen with us. $40 miles till top of touchdown, or top of descent. Top of touchdown. Well, as long as Microsoft Flight Simulator renders the weather correctly, this will be interesting. And if not, so like earlier today, we were going Anchorage to Juneau. Minimums for Juneau around 1,900 foot, and we had broken at 800, so it was about 1,100 to 1,000 feet below minimums on the ceilings, and we got to Juneau and it was VFR in Microsoft. So not really sure what's up with that. Those ceilings were reporting for well over the duration of the flight. Had plenty of time for it to inject the weather, but yet, like, we're supposed to have I think it was like few at 200 feet, broken 800, broken at 1,100, and yet we got there and it was VFR. Let's get ready to contact Oakland. Approach 32.2. Good evening, Oakland Center, Alaska 25, flight level 330, 18 miles north of Barb. 4272 in the box, Alaska 25. And we'll descend via the Heart 1 arrival, and the altimeter is 3002, Alaska 25. Three 002 3002. Alright, let's kill AIG because that's going to start causing me some confusion. Let's see. That's sim. Okay. Boom. There we go. Alright. So now I should be able to hear them once they start talking again. Forgot that I did not add that to my list of audio captured programs or whatever. Alright, let's see. Bottom altitude on the Heart 1 is 12,000 feet. I'm sure y'all can't see a lot of this. Still kind of watching these arrivals and seeing what they're doing in real life.
Kilo 4022, can you maintain your own vertical terrain obstacle clearance?
Affirm, we can maintain terrain obstacle clearance at 122.
Kilo 4022, roger, continue descent and maintain 10,000.
Continue descent and maintain 10,000, Skywest 422.
I don't know, don't want to promote or something, but Alex flies someone's at 1,000, so I'm trying to get him this stream. If anyone, oh yeah, I know who Alex Flies is. I'm subscribed to him. In fact, I think I super chatted him a while back. I know he runs the little like thing through. You might see wrong side simulations on there, but yeah, I have no issues with anybody wanting to promote other streamers. This is a community for all, and it's an awesome community. So, yeah, not a problem at all. And so Zach, have y'all been able to hear that sim? Alright, on our way down. I'm gonna go auto brake 3 for this landing. And let's tune up the ILS. This is my first, I think my first ILS to do today. Out of 5 flights.
Westjet 1775, radar contact.
Localizer's 110.9.
Westjet 1775, passing 2,500.
Westjet 1775, thank you. Climb and maintain flight level.
Course is 164.
I maintain flight level 360, Westjet 1775.
American 7834, wind 280 at 15, gust 23, runway 1 left, cleared for takeoff. Group takeoff 1 left, 7834. Alaska 25, expect ILS Zulu, runway 16 right approach.
We'll expect the ILS Zulu, runway 16 right approach for Alaska 25.
Open Center Delta 839 with you at flight level 340.
Delta 839, Oakland Center, roger, good afternoon.
Alright, so this guy, he is actually on the ground.
Nah, you were headed off from Salt Lake, so I don't,
yeah, so he's on the ground.
give you one.
Oh, roger that, thanks.
495, clear direct to Mickey.
Please note Mickey, clear 495.
Oh shit, now. So I did turn on live ATC.net, but now we're going to get confused between VATSIM and live.
American 7834, radar contact.
Here, I'll turn VATSIM down for y'all, and we'll just listen to see what SkyWest does. RVR is now greater than 6,000. Back to half mile. See, I had a feeling it was going to change pretty quick with smoke. Alright, remove this music. I've been listening to this shit all day. I'll turn that off.
4022, turn left heading 110, that'll be a vector right downwind. If you want the ILS, let me know.
We can take the vector, that's fine. You say left, give me the heading again please for 4022.
It was 4022, turn left heading 110.
Alright, left 110, vectors, 4022.
Where I don't want to sit my beer. Alright,
Alaska 25
train.
at Lipke, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 16 right approach.
At Lipke, cleared 16 right approach, Alaska 25. At Lipke. There it is right down. There right down. And then we got it again.
22, descend to maintain 4,000.
Alright, maintain 4,000, 4022.
Oh my god. I don't speak Boeing very good. Nevada. SkyWest make it on? I'm sure they did.
It was 4022, turn right heading 180.
Right 180, SkyWest 422.
SkyWest go missed? There's no way. No, I think SkyWest went missed. Showed him at
4022, turn right heading 260, descend and maintain 3000.
Right, 260 down to 3000, Skywards 4022.
this thing's like, it's not. Oh no, showing them at 4,300 feet. That's your indicator right there. This little graphic is always behind. See, and it just puts it back there. I'm sure they're on the ground. They have to be on the ground. They're on the ground. Stupid flight radar tricking me.
Hey, Oakland, C240 on that one.
Hills 4022, heading 260, join the 29 right localizer track inbound.
Alright, 260, join the localizer 29 right track inbound, Skywards 4026.
Oh yeah, we might get some accurate weather here. Or visibility anyways. I doubt this thing's able to render smoke. Smoke's not an actual weather phenomenon. So the danger with smoke is in dispatch we get notifications for weather alerts. So in the event that I don't know, visibility goes to a quarter mile or half mile or something like that, we would be notified of it due to the visibility. But as far as like weather alerts go, if there's obscuration developing but it's smoke and it's not actually obscuration, we're not going to know about it because we're not going to get a weather alert for it because it's not actual weather.
At 15, gust 23, runway 28 left, cleared for takeoff.
3 left, clear, takeoff, now 1860.
And I'm high. Get down there, come on.
Right now, Oakland, Skywards 4022, we got the field in sight.
Gillis 4022, roger, cleared visual approach, runway 29 right.
Cleared for the visual 29 right, Skywards 4022.
A little bit low. I wasn't paying attention. We got capped off at, I capped us off at 12,000 feet.
Gillis 4022, wind con, runway 29 right, clear to land.
Cleared to land 29 right, 4022.
United 1860, radar contact, climb maintain, flight level 360.
Climb maintain flight level 360, now 1860.
WestJet 1775, how would you, say flight condition, how would you describe the climb to the north?
We're having very, very slight turbulence, but other than that, it's pretty smooth.
WestJet 1775, right, thank you. Would you describe the turbulence as light, moderate, or severe?
It would be light turbulence, it's almost nothing. Roger.
United 1860, did you hear the pilot report from WestJet?
Hey, firm, yeah, we did.
same direction of flight, and he's also going up to 360.
Alright, low clock.
Center, just be advised on departure from the 2HF for the module still going.
United 1869, thank you.
We're gonna go get gear down.
Wind 280 at 14, gust 20, runway 16 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 16 right, Alaska 2000.
2500.
Delta 1038, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Will descend at my discretion to maintain flight level 240, Delta 1038.
I missed approach. Altitude. It's 13,000.
Oakland Center, American 1733, with you 84 nautical miles south of Salinas VOR.
American 1733, Oakland Center, roger, say altitude.
Play level 30, sorry about that, American 1733.
American 1733, thank you, descend pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Descend at pilot's discretion 240, American 1733.
No hood. Oh no. Lights. Camera, here we go.
Are you parking on the north side of the airport?
No, we're going to the south side. Kind of turned the wrong direction on that one.
500.
Kilo 4022, roger. Make a right turn on taxiway Charlie.
All right, right turn on Charlie, thanks.
400.
Thought I was at San Jose for a minute.
Do you want to make a 180 on Charlie, or do you want to go all the way down to the end of the runway?
We could actually make our 180 on Charlie. We got a good turning radius.
Kilo 4022, roger. Make a 180 on Charlie. Taxi via Charlie, Charlie 10, Bravo 10, Bravo. Cross runway 29 right, cross runway 29 left.
All right, we're going to back on Charlie. Charlie 10,
50.
Bravo 10, cross 29 right, cross 29 left to the ramp on Bravo.
20. 10.
Southwest 2495, contact Los Angeles Center 135.55. Good day.
That was aggressive. Winds ain't no joke.
Heading PC 135, mile 55, city. Southwest 495.
Lord of mercy.
Alaska 25, exit right when able, taxi via Bravo to the ramp, cross runway 25.
I'm gonna take Bravo to the ramp, clear across runway 25, and just as a heads up, we didn't pick up the runway until right at minimums, and the winds are pretty gnarly as well.
Yeah, I think the smoke is playing a factor up there right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. We were aware of it coming in, and it looked like it picked up, but it seems like it's a little bit worse than half mile.
Okay, thanks for the report.
Alright, well, that got my heart beating a little bit.
American 1733, cross Gill Row at maintain 8,000, San Jose altimeter 29901.
Cross Gill Row at 8,000, 29901, American 1733.
Shit. Nothing like low vis and some gusty winds.
My frequency be advised, I'm going to be closing in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, Zach, I was so close. I was watching for it. I was like about to. In fact, I was already starting to apply a slight back pressure on the stick, anticipating to go around. Like, I mean, ever so slight. I was like, up, here it comes, and then approach lights, minimums, continue.
Westjet 1775, Seattle Center offline, radar services are terminated, frequency change approved, have a good flight.
And that's how fast it happens in real life too. I would have given it at least one more shot and then
American 7834, contact Los Angeles Center,
then maybe divert.
135.55, good afternoon.
135.55.
And in all honesty, probably still should have gone around because I don't know about y'all,
38, continue descent, fly Diamond 5 arrival, San Francisco.
but I've had issues. I have every single time I disconnect autopilot. Like, so the airplane is trimmed, it's on the ILS, like it's on its shit. I disconnect autopilot, and all of a sudden, the trim is like too far nose up, and I have to trim down. Like it's to the point I have to be ready for it. Like I'm like, all right, about to disconnect autopilot, but be ready to trim down. Like it's to that point. It's kind of bad. And that was definitely a factor in that landing. As soon as I disconnected autopilot, it was like it was, nose was trying to come up. But good news is it was only negative 145 on the touchdown, given all the factors that we had at play. I'll take it. That was pretty gnarly. And Zach, you are now a moderator. If you like. You don't have to actually moderate if you don't want to. I think you're a moderator. I don't know. I'm not even gonna use this because that's probably gonna mess everything up. Alrighty, ground power. Oh, what's the other way? That was a mess up. Well, guys, holy moly, what a long day of flying. Nonetheless, those of you who stuck around, I greatly appreciate it. Zach, you are now officially a ride or die after hanging out for 8.5, almost, I mean shit, in 10 minutes. It'll be a 9-hour stream. It's unreal. But guys, thank y'all so much for coming to hang out with me today. Thank y'all for giving me company as I feed this addiction of mine called flight simulation. And that was a very, very fun last approach that we just shot. But I hope everybody has a great day. Now, don't forget, tomorrow at 7 p.m., myself and Captain Shaquille Upmill will be conducting a shared cockpit flight on the VATSIM network, doing the VATSIM event from JFK to Pittsburgh and back. So it's going to be at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. And again, it could turn out to be a clunky, just with the way that your controls work, which is the program we'll be using to do the whole thing. It could turn out to be a little clunky, so we're going to try our best. But if you have nothing to do and no significant others that mind, we hope to see you there. And until then, y'all keep it on the wrong side, and y'all have a great rest of your evening. Peace.